Hey guys, welcome, welcome. Hello everyone. Looks like you're finally early. Oh, who's that? Is the secret final boss? I wonder who you are. Hello, secret final boss. How you doing? I'm actually kind of curious who you are. Have you been here before? Oh, well, welcome. We're just getting started. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's doing good today. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Technically, I only had. I know it might seem like, it's been 2 days since my last stream. My last stream was on Saturday and today is Monday, but it's technically only been 1 day for me because I stayed up, attended an event in VR, slept for 15 hours, and then woke up today, spent some time doing some video editing, and then now I'm here with you guys. Yes? Oh? Wait, were you always Secret Final Boss? Or did you used to have a different name? I can't remember. My memory is awful. I apologize if you've always had Secret Final Boss and I forgot. I'm sorry. I really bad memory. Don't mind me. It's just me. Right, let's get ready to get into today's game, shall we? Today I'll be doing some deliveries. Some Stranding deliveries. By the way, you commissioned some fan art of me months ago. Oh! Were you the one who was in the wheelchair? You were the one in the wheelchair, weren't you? Or am I mixing you up with someone else? I'm sorry if I'm mixing you up with someone else. Yeah, like I said, my memory is awful. Yep. Oh, yeah, now I remember. How you doing? Hope you've been doing okay. Yeah, it's been quite a while since I've seen you. Hope you've been doing good. Hope life has been treating you well. I know things have been getting crazy in certain sections of the internet recently, but oh well. We're just here to relax and chill and have fun. Wait, cloud syncing? Does the Epic Game Store have cloud saves? I don't remember the Epic Game Store ever having cloud saves. I'm just going to let it do its thing then, whatever it is it's trying to do. It's been a minute. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Imagine managing, that's good to hear. I went through some trouble earlier in the month and late last month, so yeah, but I'm good now. I'm really good. Things have been going good since I had my vacation. Came back. My Pathfinder campaign has been going very well. Surprisingly, if anyone has missed it, I'm running a a Pathfinder campaign as a DM, a Dungeon Master, and this is my first time ever running a tabletop RPG campaign as a Dungeon Master, and it's going really well. Surprisingly well. I'm actually having a lot of fun being a Dungeon Master for once. I'm still gonna chat with you guys for a bit, I just want to have that game as the background while I chat with you guys. Got your credit cards all paid off last month? That's something you done like. Oh, nice. That's good. That's good. I know that in certain sections of the world, especially in the US and Canada, people tend to spend things on credit rather than, you know, save up and then spend their savings. That always gets me worried. So I'm happy that you've paid off everything. I come from a part of the world where outside of things like a house and maybe a car, we don't really buy anything on loan or credit at all. Everything else we only spend money that we already have. In fact, in addition to only spending money we put aside savings every month that we never touch. But that's for us over here. Different culture, I guess. I always get so aware about my friends. Especially when I hear that they spend all their money and have no more money left. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you've paid off all your credit cards. Speaking of paying off, I might need to spend some money in the next week or so because for the Pathfinder campaign that I'm running, we're using an online virtual tabletop called Foundry, combined with a site called The Forge, which hosts the game. I'm after running 2 weeks of Pathfinder, I have a feeling this is going to become a semi-regular thing because I'm actually having a really a lot of fun being DM. So I'm thinking maybe I should buy the Foundry VTT and just host it myself. That way I don't have to worry about subscriptions or anything like that. We've already run for 2 weeks, and what I planned to only be a 3-week campaign, it's looking like it's going to turn into a 6 to 10 week campaign, considering how slowly we're chewing through all the content that I'm planning. So yeah, it'll probably be a good idea for me to buy my own copy of the Foundry virtual tabletop. Do you guys know what Pathfinder or Dungeons and Dragons is? Pathfinder is essentially a spin-off system of Dungeons and Dragons, if you know what Dungeons and Dragons is, D&D. It started originally as a spin-off of Dungeons and Dragons and then became its own thing. And we're using the Pathfinder system for my campaign, and it's going very well, very well. In fact, sometimes, at least twice now, I've done a stream of me just preparing content for the next Pathfinder game day. Although this coming week, we're taking a break for Pathfinder because one of the players can't make it, so yeah. But that'll give me enough time to, if I'm going to buy the Foundry virtual tabletop thing, that'll give me enough time to purchase it and then make sure everything is set up on my computer. I would show you guys what happened last time, but unfortunately, the game is still being shown as... Let me check. I'm gonna try to launch the game. Is it still listed as configuration? Yeah, it's still being listed as configuration, so I can't get in. I have to tell my friend that it's still listed as configuration and I can't get in. Give me a second, let me send a message out. Still being listed as in configuration, so I can't get in. Although I think when you can, could you try to export the game file or whatever? I think I'm heavily considering buying Foundry later this week and just hosting the campaign off my PC. There we go. Hello Super Fudge, welcome. Welcome. How's it going? Okay, even though I cannot actually show you the actual game itself because yeah, currently I'm locked out of it because I'm not actually the owner of the game. Someone else is the owner, even though I'm the DM. But I know who the owner is. He's one of the players, so I'm communicating with him. What I can do is I can show you screen caps of what the party is dealing with. Let me see. You're patiently waiting for the meat pussy you ordered? You ordered meat pussy? I'm sorry. The meat pussy was supposed to be delivered last Friday, but yeah, I kind of exploded. Things kind of boiled over, so if you were in my Discord, but don't worry. The meat pussy will be delivered later this week. I definitely need to do a fancy stream so that my amazing patrons and customers get the meat pussy they've been waiting patiently for. But yeah, okay, so let me show you. This is what the party last encountered. Not all of the party members are here because one of the party members is a plant man with a sniper rifle. It's way off way that way looking at the scene, but he's just outside of the screenshot. He is present, and everything circle is a player, everything square is an NPC, and I wonder if you guys recognize who these 4 girls are. That the character there, that's just a dead body. A dead body that that the party came across. But do you recognize who these 4 girls are? I kind of pulled this on the party last session. And the story of the city that is fallen into anarchy, the party's gone in to try to help retake the city, and along with the military, and the party came across these 4 girls. And the goblin over here, the goblin player, was like, we're fine, we're friendly, we're here to rescue you, kind of thing. She kept trying to, placate the deer that seemed to be protecting the girls, but um, the girl started antagonizing the sprite that was sitting on top of the dwarf's shoulders, and Higurashi, yes, Higurashi. This poor player, he tried so hard to avoid a battle, but this girl just would not stop trying to grab the sprite, and she kept calling the sprite a toy. Give me a toy, I wanna play. Toy, give me. And then the sprite kind of like just swatted her hand with a tail, and this happened. Yeah, I threw the Higurashi girls at my party, including their propensity to just go into mad rage at the slightest provocation, like total insanity. The player for this goblin character, he was like, no, and but yeah, the sprite swiped at her hand. She was like, bitch, and she of course Rena has to have a cleaver, and she went to attack the sprite. The sniping plant man off to the side says, I fire. And yeah, it's going to hell very quickly. I sound excited. Yeah. So far I've done several things that the party didn't expect. I pulled the let me see if I can show you this. Let me write this real quick. I want to show you guys something. This is a short that's going to go live later in the week, showcasing a scene from an earlier session. The entire party hears an explosion, and this door bursts open. Oh god. And out steps a tall goose.
It's a Gundam goose. The Gundam goose. The goose.
Alright, yeah, this tall goose steps out and targets the first thing he sees.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Honka gun.
Honka gun.
The blast streaks past you and impacts the side of the building. Yeah, I threw a fucking tall goose at them. Technically they encountered an elephant, but they avoided combat with the elephant. And the next thing they encountered is the Higurashi girls. The goblin wizard is saying, we're not killing these kids, we're going to save them. And I'm like, you can try to not kill them. I leave it up to you. Although the plant man off to the side saying, I'm not gonna bother. I'm just shooting them. The sprite has said that she's not gonna care. She's gonna kill them. Don't know what the dwarf is gonna do yet. But yeah, this is technically not the end. This is Pathfinder. But I suppose it's the same difference. It's Pathfinder 2nd edition. Pathfinder Second Edition is very interesting, actually. Very, very, very interesting. It's just the system reminds me a lot of 4th edition D&D, but in a good way. I know a lot of people like to hate on 4th edition D&D, but I actually kind of enjoyed for what it was. And Pathfinder 2nd edition feels like it's drawing from it's taking from the best parts of Pathfinder it's taking the best parts of D&D 3rd and 4th edition and completely ignoring 5th edition, which is good. I hate 5th edition. Hi Derpy, welcome. Welcome. I hope I didn't piss you off with the with the little rant message. How you doing, Derpy? I hope you slept well. Yeah, I was just telling Chad about what the last thing I threw at my party, and now the party in my Pathfinder campaign is gonna have to figure out what to do about the Higurashi girls that have gone mad and are deciding to attack them. But yeah. Game is taking a break because one of the players can't make it this weekend, so come back next weekend and we'll see what the party does. Sweet, innocent looking girls are really adorable and really cute too. Madness. Pure madness. I don't know if one of the players recognize them. The player of the sprite cast, she recognizes the name Higurashi, but I don't know if she recognized the characters just from the sprite. She might not recognize the characters from these icons because these are technically the updated newer anime line art, so she might not recognize them, but she definitely recognized them now. And she definitely recognized the name. She was like, bad cutie, bad, when she realized that these were the Higurashi girls. The poor goblin player had no idea what Higurashi was, and he really still wants to save the children. I don't know what's gonna happen to him. I guess we're gonna see. But don't worry, don't worry, chat. I have plans. Let's just say that this encounter is not going to be a one-off, no matter what they do. Because if you guys know what Higurashi is all about, you guys should know to expect that this is not the end for the Higurashi girls. Yes. Can't wait to get back to it in 2 weeks from now. Hope you guys are there for it. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Alright, let's go and get ready for deliveries, chat. Nothing bad ever happens in Higurashi, I'm sure we find. Yeah, technically nothing bad ever happens in Higurashi, because no matter what, things get wiped away. People don't die if time is reset every time, right? It's not counted. All the pain and torture isn't counted if time keeps getting reset, right? Yeah, I really want to play again. I didn't think I would love DMing as much as I am. To be honest, it's so much fun. And I hope I'm actually an enjoyable DM to play for and to actually watch, because a larger streamer that I do watch that does a lot of tabletop RPG content, Dice Queen D, she says that tabletop RPGs is actually not a good thing to stream, because it's hard to, because when you stream, it's all about interacting with the audience, and it's hard for the streamer to interact with the audience when there's so much roleplay going on. And not only that, the DM has to DM in a way that makes things very interesting for the viewer, for the viewing experience, because D&D is interesting, it's fun to DM, it's fun to play, but it's usually not fun to watch. A lot of the work in turning tabletop RPGs fun to watch is on the DM. The DM has to be very charismatic, and I'm trying my best to make it fun to watch. The players being amazing players also helps, and my players are good. They're good players. Just that, yeah. I hope anyone who's seen the D&D streams, I hope everyone's having fun. Okay, let's go and get ready for our delivery, shall we? Time for our Harpy delivery service to prepare.
EX grenade number 1. EX grenade number 2.
Right, and last but not least, shower. I'm actually really happy that we decided to use the Pathfinder 2nd edition system rather than anything else, because I know I wouldn't have fun running it in the D&D system. Fuck Wizards of the Coast. At the very least, the Pathfinder guys
Grenade number 0.
aren't as shitty as the D&D guys. Okay, let's check in the mirror. You have to take pictures for baby. Baby. Yep. Yep, need to take pictures for baby. Bear with me while I take pictures for baby. It's gonna take a while. Also, that subtitle Hearts for Pikami is going to be there until Pikami retires. Because I love Pikami. Pikami's adorable. And I want to be there for her as long as she's still around. Poor little Pikami. Right, that's all the likes we're gonna be able to get from baby. Let's check in on mail. Any mail? Strange Line Incinerator. I can't go there right now, unfortunately. Ladder.
I haven't actually used any of the ladders.
Fish fry. Fish fry. Cryo coating. Yeah, there's nothing here.
Anything? No. No. Alright.
Let us get ready to have a
Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking, as long as you're here for the moment chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have, chat. As long as you're here. Going in 3, 2, 1, and
green pie. Cheers. Man, I'm sitting here playing Death Stranding and all I can think about is wanting to play Pathfinder some more.
but no. My friend is busy on Saturday, so we can't do it. Or maybe we can do Pathfinder on another day. Nah. Saturday I think is the best day for everyone. It's the only day where everyone is free. So
Yeah. I'll just be patient and take the week off to make sure I can prepare.
the Foundry VTT.
As soon as we're done drinking this last beer.
Right. Time to continue the story. Let's put on our cap and head on out.
Hi.
Fragile can't jump.
Be advised, Sam. The beach is an unstable mess at the moment. Until things calm down, Fragile won't be jumping you or herself anywhere useful. She's agreed to remain at the distro center south of Lake Knot City for the time being.
I will probably visit Fragile at the distro center. Wait, what did we... Why am I seeing additional equipment to... Extra battery, large grenade pouch? Yeah, it's because of one of these patches, isn't it? I'm not seeing anything else.
Oh,
Right, so we have extra utility pouch, extra large grenade slot, 2 grenades, and a small little... Right, the color scheme. Did I want to change colors? I've always been partial to black bags.
it's usually what I do, so yeah. Keep on that. Say hi to BB. BB. Wakey wakey. Time for us to head out. Good morning.
Hey, baby.
Right. Thank you for the music, Hololive, but time for us to go.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear.
Oh my god.
Welcome,
Sony likes.
Sam Porter Bridges.
Hi.
Let's see. Hang on. Hang on, what did I miss in the log?
New record, right? Yeah, I don't care about that.
Ranked nightmares.
Ah, fuck that.
Other players are pleased with you. Right, that's all they did, huh?
Right.
Right, let's see.
Um. Uh. Sorry. What's my equipment like right now?
My current equipment is 3 ladders, anti-BT gun, PPC, 3 PPCs, 3 ladders, hematic grenade, remote stun bomb. Blood bag. Right, we can take a lot more blood bags. Let's grab some more blood bags. Let's see, I believe we can take one more, right?
I said that we can take one more.
How many hematic grenades do I keep?
Decisions.
Versus stun bombs. You know what? We will... Yeah, we'll replace 1 hematic grenade. The stun bomb, 2 stun bombs, 3 hematic grenades. Lots of blood bags. Power skeleton is fine. The Kara boot is fine. Omni reflector boots are fine. Bowler gun is fine. We might need to manufacture some new equipment, but we'll save that for later. For now, we'll keep these as is.
Hi, Kagu.
Oh wow, you're up late, Kagu. Good morning. Everything alright?
How you doing?
I'm surprised you're still up. Aye. Right, the sticky gun. Do I want to take the sticky gun? To be honest, the sticky gun doesn't really do anything. It's just a grappling gun. Do I want to have a sticky gun on me? You know what? No. I should have a sticky gun on me. It's actually a really useful item, so I will keep one on me. Let's craft some blood bags.
Me, please, thank you.
One flying off in the evening. Managed to squeeze in one more evening with... Wait, what? Wait. Are you actually in Japan now?
Are you in Japan? Are you actually in Japan? Are you actually in Japan, Kaku?
I didn't know you're in Japan. Or did I actually know and I just forgot? I feel like that's something I knew before and I forgot. Flying off at 10 PM. Oh, okay. Hope you had a really good holiday. Yeah, I have a feeling that's one of those things where I knew and I forgot. Because this seems like the kind of thing I would forget, to be honest. Oh well.
Oh well.
I mean, a Discord, yeah, but I feel like I might have forgotten. Yeah, I think I forgot. I definitely just forgot. Oh, you're going to Japan. Oh, okay. Okay, wait, you're going to Japan? Or are you coming back from Japan? You're going to Japan. Got a couple things to plan out.
You're going to Japan today. Okay, have a safe trip.
Remember underwear, remember your passport, remember money, remember phone, remember that, you know, to turn off roaming data unless you have something that has good value in roaming data. What else? Remember to bring an extra change of clothes just in case. Remember to wait, hang on. That's not what I want. I want to claim something because I'm fairly certain that people will have climbing anchors, right? Yeah, they do.
Give me one of those.
Recycle.
That. Let me please, thank you.
$35 for 10 GB pain. Yeah, be careful about your data.
Yes,
Thank you for your continued support.
Last thing you want to have happen to you is you come back and then suddenly you see them charging you like what, $1,000 for data that was being used that you didn't realize was being used.
hang on.
I don't think I need ceramics. I think I only need resin, right? Hang on.
Recycle.
Wait, no, I do need ceramics. So let me just scrap the ceramics.
Thank you for the ceramics, wherever you are.
Going to be recycling these.
Thank you.
Most are prepped already. Just need to reserve tickets to the big Gundam in Yokohama.
Okay.
Gotta make the pilgrimage to the Gundam.
Yeah.
I would ask you to buy me back Jabura coffee from the Gundam Cafe, but sadly, it's gone.
It's gone. I will never be able to have Gundam coffee anymore. I'm so sad, chat. I will never have Gundam coffee. Forever. Never again would I be able to drink irradiated coffee.
Warmly cooked in the scorching light of at least 2 nuclear detonations.
I'm sad. Oh well. I was able to drink it, I think, 3 times. So, I'll have to do, I guess.
Right. Sorry.
So, it's a little congested.
Yeah. More stuff property, visa tickets, and buy gifts for your friends. Yeah, gotta buy gifts.
I'm going to Japan.
Need to make sure to buy gifts. Let me see, standard orders. Is there any recovery chip stolen by meals? Right, we want to do this actually. So let us do this before we do anything else. We're gonna be attacking the mule camp.
Let's go.
Alright. I don't think I need to take anything. We'll use the bike, I think. I don't think we need a truck.
Yeah, we use the bike.
And right, let's head up.
Thank you for your company.
And let me rearrange this.
Contribution.
There we go. See, currently equipped is bowler gun. Actually, wait, hang on a second. Fuck! I just realized something. Shit! Hang on a second.
I've got something very important. Before I completely forget,
I want to... send out the bots.
go here, go here, and go here.
Right. All bots.
Deploy.
The game is very sensitive to me accidentally inputting buttons and skipping. I need to be careful about moving my hand.
Oh, I'm playing. Oh,
Hey, let's go. Right. Sight there for me. Do we have to go off-road for this? No, we'll go on the highway first. Damn.
okay, that's a lot of them. Just get down there and kill them all.
Hello, motherfucker.
Who's next? You? Come here!
Come here,
Motherfucker! Fuck you!
You too!
Fuck you!
Well,
Walls. Come on, where are you?
there. Okay, let's go. Wow.
The other. Fuck you, bitch! Die, motherfucker!
Oh god. Kind of miss.
Fuck you!
What? How did that not? Eh.
Fuck you!
Who's next? There they are.
Fuck you!
What?
Fuck you! Any more?
No, they all dead? Okay, good.
Oh, no, he did not. He is sleeping. Yes,
It's definitely just...
sleeping.
Alrighty.
Stretch my legs.
See, what can I get from you that's worth anything? Give me that, 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 and that, and that. Those are worth a lot, so let's go and grab those as well.
You don't need things like the grapple gun or the bowler gun.
When you have vehicular manslaughter, right, let's dump this stuff.
Right on.
High density metals. Huh? I'm going to check out this as well. So let's park there.
And I'll grab that high density metal. Thank you.
Alright.
Looks like a way through.
Recommend. Recommend.
Ooh, lots of metals. Don't mind if I do. They even have some cargo meant for the port city, so we'll take that. Right. Put it all onto the bike. Put it onto the bike. Okay.
Thanks.
Vicinity of Distro Center.
Huh? What bridge?
So, oh, is it the other bridge? No, it might have been.
You probably referred to the bridge at the mainland.
But I can't get there right now.
Oh, grab these two. Grab all of this.
Load it all onto the transporter. Oh, that's worth something. We'll take that as well. Someone's ladder. I'll take that. And someone's bowler gun too.
Alright.
Oh.
There we got everything. Hi Mitchell, welcome.
You're lurking? Okay. I appreciate the lurk.
Thank you.
Let me just pick through the definitely sleeping and not dead bodies. Even though I ran them over with the bike.
Definitely just sleeping.
Let's get out of here. There's a lot more materials, but we'll leave that. We don't have enough space to carry it all home. Oop.
Fucking rock. I swear.
Some metals? Just lying next to the road? Really?
Okay. Don't mind if I do.
I hope you'll be able to join us for Pathfinder one day, Mitchell. Yeah.
Proceed to distribution center.
If whenever you want to come back, you're more than welcome to join us.
Please charge vehicle.
Alright.
We're back.
Let's just start. Throat starts behaving again.
I look forward to having you around again.
Okay, let me see. First things first. Return. Deliver requested cargo.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again. Everything looks to be in perfect condition. Thank you, Sam.
So far the party has not died.
If you want to, feel free to watch the 2 VODs available so you can keep up with what's going on. Yaiba Kusanagi.
Oh,
A new bike? Sensible select sensible in order to disable user's function will drain sans battery.
oh, nice.
Wow, they're actually this is what I like about Hideo Kojima. Yes, this is all just crossover stuff, but he actually introduced gameplay effects for the crossover. I'm able to hack stuff.
Just like Cyberpunk.
Yeah, my hacking capabilities is limited, but still. Haven't died yet. Yeah, they haven't died yet. We'll see what happens. Oh no, don't worry. I'm not running a kill the party style campaign. But I am running a traumatize the party style campaign. Which is why the Higurashi girls is an encounter for the party.
Always a pleasure, Sam. Good work. New order.
Alright. I need to deliver the lost cargo. Yeah, these are going to be returned to their owners. There you go. I've already traumatized the plant man because he's unique. He's technically a plant, and because of that, all of those animals like goose, elephants, deers, all those elephants that you know won't really be a danger to people unless you annoy them. They'll try to eat him. Because they're most children to be evil anyways. Yeah, that is true. Like most children are just pure evil. You're evil, I tell you. Evil! Let me see. Metals. All these are metals. Recycle these, thank you. The rest. We're gonna transport. Nah, we're probably not gonna transport it actually. We're just going to put it into the storage. Wait, no. Oh, it's better if we store it in distro center, and we are gonna distro center anyway, so yeah, might as well store it.
Thank you for your continued support.
Right, all that's done. Let us manage some things. No, these we're going to be taking with us. Actually, everything on the bike, offload it. Because we're going to be swapping out the bike for the truck. Rain storms here today. Oh, it's starting to storm, huh? I hope your work won't be too difficult due to all the storms.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. Let us now put all of that onto the truck and mount up. All of these things are going to the truck. Barely filled up at all. Right. At home today? Oh, so today is a day off? Ah. Let's listen to this brief out.
The people down in South Knot City have had to suffer through a lot of terrorist attacks lately. We need you to bring them as much as you can of whatever you can. Food, oxytocin, the essentials. None of which can be sent via a Cairo printer.
Alright. We'll take it. Accept order. As much as I want to try the bike, nah, we're not going to use the bike for now. We might use the bike at the distro center. Alright. Load it onto the truck. Alright. Confirmed. Because of storms? Alright.
Unable to process order.
What?
Unable to process order. Please stand by until the problem can be rectified.
Oh, hi. Sam, Bridges, I presume? Sorry about that. The system seems to be on the fritz. One of the packages wasn't processed properly and got left out of the order. It says here the client is Fragile herself. Someone double-tagged it so the system couldn't tell whether it's for Fragile Express or Bridges.
Why is his eyes
Anywho,
cloaked in
really
darkness?
sorry for the hold-up, and, careful. The contents are fragile. It's okay.
I don't trust this. It seems suspicious, chat. It seems very suspicious. Excuse me? Wait, a small thermonuclear weapon? Its countdown timer will start as soon as it's separated from Sam. It will detonate when the counter reaches 0. What? 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 Why am I carrying a nuke on my back? Fragile. Higgs first owner, fragile. What? Fragile needs to see this. Okay, we're definitely going to the distro center then. Become an artist, synthetic liquor. We're gonna do some deliveries along the way, but yeah, we're definitely gonna go to the distro center. See, get it all onto the truck. Alright. Time to go, I guess. Walk around with a fucking nuke on my back. Because it's plot to destroy beaches.
Order assigned.
Oh wait, sorry. But it's described as. I mean, I can even see it. It's labeled as a small thermonuclear device. Why would I even accept this? What the fuck? Yeah, we're gonna go see Fragile. Fragile? Why is there an order for a small nuclear device? Why am I carrying on my back?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Keep on keeping on. Safe travels.
Somewhat wacky.
You couldn't tell who the guy was, lol. He seemed very weird. no, I couldn't tell who he was.
Just really, really weird.
His eyes are. I mean, yeah, I was suspicious of him, but I don't know if he's supposed to be someone I met before or whatever.
Beginning scan.
Right. Harpy deliveries.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons. Ready. All weapons will be locked until the cargo verified. Thank you.
Support skeleton? Why is there a random support skeleton here? I'm just going to put it back in. Yes.
And you say?
I'd rather no spoilers unless it's someone I'm supposed to recognize by now. Because this is my first time playing the game.
He seemed suspicious. That's all that I was able to get from my interaction with him.
Numi!
Yummy.
How you doing, Numi? Deliver requested cargo.
Here you go. Happy deliveries.
How you doing, Numi? How's your work? Are you alive?
Is everything okay?
Oh, hey. Good to see you.
You do not sound like Junji Ito at all. By an episode you woke up and he gave you permanent
Well, the
migraine. Oh
cargo's in great
no!
condition.
You have painkiller that you can take?
Take a painkiller if you can.
I'll help with the migraine a little bit. Even if it doesn't give it away completely, I'll at least take the edge off.
Thank you.
Ooh! A new patch? You just sleep it away later, okay. Yeah, but even if you're gonna sleep it away later, make sure to take painkiller. It'll help, trust me. Even something as simple as a Panadol will help. It'll make you more comfortable, it will allow you to relax
Well,
better.
be safe out there.
Good work.
You don't need meds? Okay.
If you don't think you need it, then okay.
I'm a little bit worried, but if you think okay, then okay.
Carlos' studio. It's going back. No. We're going to take deliveries that go in the direction that we're going. Right. We'll take these.
Premium delivery? Confirmed.
Put them all into the truck, please.
Right. Let's head out.
Order assigned.
Thanks again.
Oh, interesting. So, when I'm on the truck, stuff I'm carrying automatically gets stored in the truck.
Interesting.
Let's get out of here.
Hi.
Oh, I should have a friend rank up earlier, lol. Still need to rank with you, Numi.
Need to carry me.
Okay.
The only reason I'm able to not be shit as a tank is because you're at my back. Yeah,
Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about you bitches.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
Harpy
ID.
deliveries.
Clear. Weapons detected.
Hello?
All weapons will be locked
Anyone
until
home?
departure. Cargo verified.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
deliver cargo.
Yeah?
Delivering cargo.
No, it's you. How's it going? Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
Because I'm Harpy deliveries. We guarantees customer satisfaction. No matter what. Yes.
Harpy Health Delivery Service. I wonder if Kagu is going to sample the health delivery service while he's in Japan. Oh, Numi, do you know Kagu is actually going to visit Japan? Apparently going to Japan for, what,
10 days? That's a really nice long holiday.
LBS Thunder.
Yeah. Give me the likes. Give me all the damn likes. Thank you.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you.
Oh.
Maybe you could use it more than me.
Ah, more
Go ahead and grab
custom
it whenever.
grenades. Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
Put it onto the truck, please. We're gonna store that in the
Seeing you and I
distro center.
gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam. Good work.
Right. Any deliveries heading to the distro center?
No.
Alright, let's just go straight to the distro center then. We've done everything we come here to do. Actually, wait. Is there any cargo heading towards the distro center?
It's going to the Elder. Really, only the one. Right, well, I'll take it.
Something I have to check. My safe house, how much? I'm low on ceramics and resin.
Alright. Hi, Mitchell.
Oh, Mitchell. The other this is the first time we're having both Mitchells in chat.
Oh, the other Mitchell has gone. Look, I'm all.
Oh well.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh! I was wondering when I was going to start seeing abandoned trucks. Wonder who abandoned a truck here.
Ow.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
How are you going?
Have a pleasant journey.
Hope you had a good weekend. I had a pretty good weekend. After the rage explosion on Friday.
Everything is going okay now.
I wonder who put that there.
Or even why you put that there.
Ooh, that resin. That resin is actually valuable, so we'll take that.
Come here.
Okay.
Hi, Kylon.
Finally awake? So, you're finally awake. Blah 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 blah.
Clear. Weapons
Same with that horse thief
All
over
weapons
there.
will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
This is not the same Kevin you see in chat. This is another Kevin.
Hello.
Come on, let's roll.
I'll be reciprocal, Kyla.
Well, pleasant, Sam Porter Bridges.
We're going to be seeing Fragile here.
First things first.
Deliver requested cargo.
There you go.
How far did I get? No, we just started. I retrieved a chip for V and I got the special bike, but I haven't crafted one yet.
I gotta hand it to you. Not many guys out there can do what you do.
I'm currently carrying a thermonuclear device on my back, which is slightly worrying.
I'm going to be asking Rachel what the fuck that is.
Okay, but I need to go to the washroom actually. While this is going on, I'll be right back. Let me take a short washroom break. I'll try to speed run.
Speed run, chat. Speed run.
Speed run. Speed run.
Speed run.
Yeah. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Back. Just in time to. Alright, let me. What did I just click on? I hope I didn't click on anything. What? I'll let that tick up on its own while I get back into my BDSM chest harness. Okay. God damn it. Hang on.
One of my walls has completed delivery, so
Okay. Old man has his medication slightly damaged, but
it's fine. It's fine. Crush medication doesn't reduce its effectiveness, right, Chad?
medicine still works even if it's crushed. Yes. You know, when I was young, my parents tried to get me to take pills by crushing it and diluting it in water, but it made the medicine taste god awful. So I learned really quickly how to just take pills. Just so I could avoid that bitter medicine taste in my mouth. Use a bot for urgent deliveries.
Apparently.
Okay, taking a break from time to time.
But,
They're pretty shit at it.
New order of
Ah, well, it's fine though. Okay, whoever this climbing anchor belongs to.
here you go.
How many likes does it say I got from you now? I will check it once I'm done managing inventory.
So stand by.
Actually, this delivery might kick me out immediately, so I'll check it. Actually, no, it didn't kick me out. Oh well, now you know what? I'll check it now.
Which links?
Kylon, 2000. I'm fairly certain you're giving me more though. Yeah, the likes counter from other people seems to be a bit busted. It doesn't. There's a lot of lag. In the likes being transferred between you and me, but well, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm very certain you're giving me more than 2,500.
Says I've given you 3,500 too, yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about this section here. This section seems to be busted.
So it's fine, don't worry about it.
So what's meal? Yeah, good manner, Sam. Data on this chip is eye-opening, like I figured it'd be. I know our worlds were never meant to mix. Record recall impaired. Probably an accident. Accident back in mine was the trigger. And the Chiralium did the rest. But back in mine, home sweet home. Can't say we've got anything as crazy as Chiralium back home. But what I've seen of yours, our tech is a step ahead. And you've earned another taste, Portino. I upgraded your reverse track with the chip data. Scan it. I think you'll dig it. This new and improved version's got better defense and can jump farther. I remember I called it the Yaiba Kusanagi. I also tricked out your compass. The sensor pole security system that mules and terrorists use are shit. Dog shit. But now you can use a compass mode to sort them out for a minute. When in range, just focus on one of the poles. Careful though. Shorting sensor poles uses your compass burns through more battery than the other feature I added.
Thank you, Jay. Or Keanu Reeves.
You probably heard Middle Lost City got nuked, blah blah blah. Stereo and everything gone blink an eye. Terrorist attack, demons doing their thing, assholes. Verja got caught up in the whole mess. Screening deliveries a whole lot more thoroughly. But it made a difference. It was one tragedy after another. We lost half of South North City not long after. Half is better than all, but a whole lot of people still died. Shook the rest up pretty bad. Stranding here wasn't the voice choice. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Carnival would have helped calm things down, but it still don't have a hand on the terrorists. Could all fall apart at any moment. But if it does, we can't let it be this. Blah 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 blah.
Those meds for the old man's little blue pills. Now pills 80% damage. He only gets mostly high. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Shit's fine.
Right? Right, let me see if there's any recycling I need to do. Right. Recycle the cargo. Recycle that resin.
There we go. Recycle this for me, please. Thank you.
I think you saw the lights on your bike, so they are coming through basically. Yeah, they're definitely being sent. It's just that the record keeping on the player list is, for some reason, it doesn't calculate things properly. But yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
I'm not gonna bother with it. Alright.
Put this all on in a private locker. Yeah.
And these are all going to South North City, but the nuke is also going to South North City. Right, I think we better check in with Fragile.
Your work is great.
Oh, hi. Sam, Bridges, I presume?
Oh,
Says here the client is Fragile herself. Careful. The contents are fragile.
what? What?
Higgs.
Wait, that's Higgs?
Sam, what's wrong?
Fragile. Son of a bitch, it was him.
What are
Wait,
you
that's
talking
Higgs?
about?
The package I picked up for you, the one from Lake Knot.
Hold on, I wasn't expecting any package.
He said Fragile herself was the client. The system was down, so some Bridges delivery guy had to hand it over in person.
Who?
Look, the point is, it was Higgs.
Come on, I need to see it now.
Should I be worried that
We're gonna be opening a package with a thermonuclear device in my room.
It's a nuke! Not again. The bastards can't do this to me again.
uh,
The timer's already started.
what?
I can't stop it. We only have one option. Sam, we've got to get rid of it. Take it down to the crater next to South Knot. It's a tar pit, damn near bottomless. If we chuck it in there, we just might have a chance.
What? What? What?
All right, Sam. I've added the location of the crater lake to your map. Get the nuke there ASAP and dispose of it.
Okay. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Or nearly ruined. Capital City, way station. Yeah, all these I can't do anything about this right now. You want me to go to the crater, huh? Alright, here's what we're gonna do. First things first. Everything that's on the truck. Put into storage. Alright. Fabricate. We just got ourselves a new bike. There is no space in the garage. What? Excuse me? You mean there's no space in my garage? What? Huh? Okay, how do I get rid of shit in my garage? Okay, hang on. Actually try leaving it behind to see what happens. What does happen if you leave the nuke behind? This Stranding. Clear garage. It's trending. Let's see, garage. Place the vehicle and elevator. Choose garage. Play the store. Customer should have place a vehicle and elevator. Truck stolen from use cannot be stored or repaired. Repaired. Retrieve a vehicle. Store. Choose a vehicle. Vehicle repairs. How do I get rid of a vehicle? It's fragile. Someone said there's a trigger mechanism based on proximity. Yeah, the package itself says that if Sam goes too far away from it, then it'll trigger the countdown. Dispose that. Fuck, I have to do this one by one. Yeah, I have to bring the vehicle up, walk up to it, delete it, and then... Okay. Now. Fabricate. Wait, why does it say I already have one of these? Where? I didn't create one. Oh, this is someone else's bike. Ah, fuck that. I don't want someone else's bike. I want my own bike. Give me that. Small thermonuclear weapon. Load it onto the bike. Okay. Wait, can I recolor this? Oh god damn it! I can't recolor it up here. Fuck. And store. Wait, can I not change the color scheme? Maybe I can't change it. Oh well, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're done. We're done. We're going. Seriously, Air? What? At a time like this, listen! I gotta go dispose of a nuke in style, okay? Okay? But I'm going now. Oh god damn it! Fuck you! Okay, we need to charge and go.
Good morning, Sam.
Oh. Ugh. Let's go. Okay, wait here. God damn it. Charge and plan our route. There are multiple ways we can use to get there. This is BT territory. If we go over here, over this hill, that allows us to avoid BT territory. Unless it's not. Is it raining? It's not raining. Okay, good. It's not raining, which means we can just take the direct route. We'll take the direct route then. Get over. Alright. Here. Here. And here. Where you can't let the muse have fun with it. While the muse take it, it's going to blow up, so yeah, I think it's technically still bad. Well, where the hell did that come from? Oh, I don't care.
Sam, you're at the lake, aren't you?
Yep.
Hurry up and get rid of that goddamn nuke.
Fuck you! Surely that's not far enough, right? I'm kind of surprised that just having tar would stop a nuke. Is that how it works? Oh well, I guess it worked.
Jesus, that was close. You saved the city and everyone in it.
Water is really good at stopping reaction
than I
already.
ever did.
Yeah, but there's also an explosion.
Middle knot. But South Knot's still here. Because of me. And you.
It's turn of water, yeah. But it does have water content in it, doesn't it? So I wonder if the physics of the tar leak checks out for stopping a thermonuclear explosion.
What happened to you?
By the time I realized what Higgs was planning, the nuke was already at the city gates. I followed the delivery truck and somehow managed to carry the bomb to safety. But Higgs had been on to me from the start. He caught me red-handed outside the gates, nuke still cradled in my arms like a child.
Oh.
As punishment, he strips me down to nothing. And then he makes it rain.
Oh.
Listen up, Fragile. I got a proposition for you. Do you want to live out your days as damaged goods?
Oh
Or would you rather
my.
take damage for the goods?
Get to the point.
All right. If all you want is to save yourself, you just have to jump. However, if you want to see this altruistic streak of yours through, then you'll have to carry my nuke to the bottomless pit and toss it in. Oh, sure, you'll be the city's savior. But you will have to walk naked through Timefall to do it. Trade a lot of your time for a little bit of the city's? Hell, seems like a fair exchange to me.
You see, the truth is, I don't much care for my face. That's why I hide it. Oh, but you... Ooh, you just love yours, don't you? I bet Daddy was real proud. Oh.
Oh my.
Don't worry. I won't mess it up. See, I want your face to be a kind of testament.
Why did you do it? Why did you betray me?
Because I found someone who completes me.
Huh?
Someone who doesn't need me to wear a mask.
What?
Oh. Word to the wise. Even if you do save South Knot, you'll always be the nut job who blew up Middle Knot. Oh, and that pretty face of yours will always be remembered as the face of a terrorist. They'll never stop hunting you. Believe me, I know. Oh, they can slap a sticker on you, but you're still gonna break in transit. Oh. So, what's it gonna be? Hmm?
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy.
Well, good luck with that.
I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. I'll take the damage and the goods. I don't break that easy. Because I'm fragile. But I'm not that fragile.
Well, there it is. You are a goddamn hero. You did the right thing. This belongs to you.
I'm no hero, Sam. That choice I made, I've regretted it ever since. All I had to do was jump, and I could have saved myself.
But instead, you saved a city. And more than that, you gave people hope.
Well, now there's only one person left for me to save. I'm gonna make Higgs regret he ever crossed me.
By killing him?
Can't. He's way more powerful now than he was before. But you could take him. You could.
What?
But promise me. Promise me you'll leave him alive. There's something I want to ask him to his face.
I didn't think you were capable of torture.
Am now. And I want to know why he betrayed me. Do you want it? Sam. Don't forget about the supply run to South Knot City.
So, she technically has a body of an old woman now.
Outstanding, Sam. Now let's get your cargo to South Knot City and put those people on the network.
Alright, now that the mad dash is done, we can take a more leisurely drive back.
You had no idea Troy did. You had no idea Troy Baker had that much range.
Yeah, Troy Baker is a really good voice actor. He wouldn't be casted in so many different roles if he didn't.
Like a gummy bear.
A really wiggly, disgusting, flesh-colored gummy bear. Ugh.
Hi Makia, hi Peanut, welcome.
Oh, how you doing?
You guys okay?
Let me see, you know what, since we're here, let's take a visit to the karate studio. Oh, it's alright. We hardly ever come out here. See if they have anything they want me to carry back out.
Mira. That too.
Nice.
It's not raining in the area now, yeah. I wonder if they removed the rain specifically for this mission, or if it was just a coincidence that it wasn't raining.
Oh, hello.
Keep on keeping on.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
You're beautiful? No, you're beautiful.
Thanks for
I'm
the help.
fake. I'm a faker. Happy deliveries. Anyone home?
It's scripted to not be raining. They don't want you. They're not gonna torture us to make us run through the rain, I guess.
Oh.
I would have been willing to run through the rain. I even have hematic grenades and all that prepared. I guess they decided it was too difficult.
Oh.
Alright. We're going to... Anticurio. Platinum. We're going to have the bot
Deliver that to the cosplayer.
Deploying autonomous delivery.
Are we actually playing Risk of Rain? I mean, there is Risk of Rain all the time.
No, we're not playing Risk of Rain. Alright, let's see. We're gonna take the order for Anticurio and special glassware, family furniture, and pure Carolum accessories. See if we can load all of them onto the bike.
Okay, the rest carry my back.
Can I carry it all? Yep, I can. Hehe. Alright. Let's head out.
Order assigned.
Yeah. Come on. Locked out. What? Excuse me? What? What do you mean I've been locked out? What the fuck? Eh? Is Epic down or no? Eh? What? Hang on. One more step. Give me a second. What? Verify. Ah, damn it. I forgot my password. Fuck. Hang on, chat. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with. The online part goes through Epic Games. The online component goes through whichever vendor you bought it through. So if you bought it on Epic, it goes through Epic. If you got it through Steam, it goes to Steam. But eventually it connects to its own servers. So, yeah. Hang on, let me reset the password. Password reset successfully. Okay, sign in. Oh, bloody hell. Now I need to two-factor this. Give me a second, chat, while I use Death Stranding. Yeah, allow. I don't know why it's only asking me this now. So strange. Storefront vendor, same difference. Same difference. A second. I have to sign in. Twice. And all right. Now, can I play the game? Or no? Am I still online or no? I'm still offline. Fuck. So how do I log in? Login completed. Eh. Now it works.
What the fuck was that?
Eh. Epic. Yeah, fuck yeah, I don't care.
I don't fucking care.
We're heading out of here. We're leaving.
Fuck you.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Keep on keeping on.
PS4.
Extra loading application. Yeah, in that case, the PS4 would handle the online stuff. Yeah, goddammit. I'm gonna stop by here
And charge.
and junk dealer. I will keep the junk dealer shown so that you can see where we need to go. Someone dropped some custom hermetic grenades.
Oh.
That's valuable actually. I'm gonna return that.
Fucking. Come on, get up the fucking hill.
Here we are, junk dealer.
This guy used to be an asshole to us. And now he likes us.
Just because we delivered his waifu to him.
Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked. Over here. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy health delivery service. Anyone home?
Hello.
Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Yeah, the online goes through Steam, it goes through Epic, it goes through the consoles, it goes through each of the different storefronts and vendors,
the trip.
online vendors, and then it all connects to their own server.
Just look at it all.
This is more than enough to cover us.
It's true cosplay.
Well, crossplay, technically this is indirect.
Co-op. Not true co-op, but indirect co-op. Helping each other, you know?
It's fun. Green for everyone, cheers. Hi, Mitchell. Meet Mitchell.
Finally, the two Mitchells are in chat at the same time.
I was wondering when that was gonna happen. I'm doing good.
Had a pretty good weekend.
I exploded in my Discord on Friday because of a lot of shit that's going on right now, but I'm feeling a lot better now that I got it off my chest. And actually, I really wanted to play more Pathfinder.
I want to run my TTRPG some more. But
But I have to wait.
I have to wait until
Not this Saturday, but the Saturday after this one.
because other players can't make it this Saturday, so I have to wait. No tabletop RPG for 2 weeks. God, I survived, chat.
I need my RPG fix.
This is for you.
I need my RPG fix. Thank you for the Cairo letters. Load these onto the bike. Load the Cairo letters onto the bike. That hermetic grenade, I'm going to be dropping it off here. It belongs to someone.
Come by again soon.
Thanks, Sam.
Good work.
You like playing Dragon Age Inquisition? Is there a Dragon Age Inquisition tabletop RPG?
I'm kinda curious. Is there actually a Dragon Age tabletop RPG?
Like pen and paper RPG for Dragon Age? Okay, technically I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Dragon Age tabletop RPG. Now that I think about it. It seems like something that would have been created ages ago. But yeah, me and my friends are playing Pathfinder.
We're having so much fun.
Even though it's my first time as DM, Dungeon Master.
I'm quite surprised by how much I'm enjoying it.
Tabletop RPG, yeah, tabletop RPG. Pencil and paper RPG. Where we sit around a table, or in the case of us, we get onto a Discord call, have a virtual tabletop that we use to serve as a host, and yeah. Let me deliver metals and special alloys to the crafter. Take furniture.
Deploying
We'll deploy one robot.
delivery bot.
We'd have to play Space House Deathwing. They have a box game. Space House Deathwing, as far as I know, is more of a fixed thing. In my case, I play a dungeon. I would show you what I'm talking about. Hang on, let me see if my DM has fixed the system. I will explain to you what I mean. It's being configured. Okay, I still can't log into the game. I can't show you the game, but I can show you VODs just to explain in detail exactly what tabletop RPG is. Alright. This is the VOD from... You guys can see them now. They're very obvious. you see a goose.
Is it a
This
regular
is-
sized goose?
This is what I mean. Regular size goose. These are tiny goose. I just made them larger because otherwise it would be impossible for me to manage them. We have players. We have. I set up the enemies, and there's role playing. I drew a really large map. Hang on. Grazing on the overgrown grass on the. Let me see. I drew this very simple map that the party is going to have to navigate through. You don't have to. Should have said the lines of all build. Yeah, you can see me having drawn simple buildings. The party has to navigate through the map. Come on. Manage them. Yeah, this is tabletop RPGs. This is role playing.
I am going to pull out a ration.
The goose appears to be just grazing.
And yeah,
on
this is
the
tabletop RPG.
Overgrown grass on the. And me as a DM, I have to create the scenario for everyone. You're seeing me manipulate things that the players can't see because
Yeah.
flaps his wings a
This
little
is-
bit, kind of.
This is a combat encounter that I
This
planned.
kind of thing.
I'm not gonna disturb it, but
You're gonna give him a wide berth.
yeah, I'm gonna give it enough of a berth.
Alright.
But I
You wanna
do have
play
a
too?
ration in it,
The problem with tabletop RPGs is that for every single DM, you
You should
find
wave the flag. Is
you
it a
find
civilian?
another goose. Yeah. Also grazing. Just grazing on the grass.
Yeah, for every single DM, there's like 20 players, and player groups tend to go.
You find that
The average size of a player group is typically 1 DM and 4 to 6 players, give or take. Since this is my first game, I wanted to keep the player party to a minimum, either 4 or 5.
top of the roof.
And I ended up having 4 players, at least 4 persistent players. We technically have a 5th player, but unfortunately he's not feeling well. He has had a persistent cough for the longest time, so he couldn't
Gets a little spooked by the flag.
he couldn't play with us, unfortunately.
Doesn't really know what to make.
And yeah,
An ally?
It's a goose.
it goes back to grazing on the vine.
After a couple of waves of the flag, it figures that, and whatever it's doing, that's not dangerous.
Yeah, if you want to watch, there's 2 VODs of us playing and 2 VODs of me getting the doing the setup for it. Well, the first VOD is me studying how to be a DM, which is just me reading the DM's guide, and then the second preparation VOD is me actually preparing encounters and enemy stats and people they were going to interact with, stuff like that. You like Warhammer 40k stuff? You sure it's a lot like that? There are Warhammer 40k tabletop RPG rule sets that actually exist. I don't know enough about Warhammer 40k to run a Warhammer 40k a Warhammer 40k a campaign, but yeah, I have seen people play it. Ooh, special alloys to the distro center. I want to take that on. Wait, what? Where the special alloys? Wait, why can't I? Can this only be delivered with bots? What? Really? Okay, fuck you then, game. Fuck you. Bot, go.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
warship games. Models have to fight in like halls and doors. Yeah, those are Space Hulk, Deathwing, all those. Those are not that new. I believe they've been around for quite a while. I'm familiar with those. There are a few PC games that try to replicate that style of game. Take that. What else? All war footage. We'll take that as well.
Okay, there's someone back. Alright, let's get out of here.
And more deliveries to make.
Order assigned.
I've always loved playing tabletop RPGs. It's something I started playing like 20 years ago, and
yeah, I love it.
I used to be addicted to it. Ceramics, we definitely want that. Come here. Oh, that's going to the film director. We're heading there. Well, we can pick this up.
Come here.
We will also take a bath.
I have to take a bath with a hot springs chair.
Okay, let me park the bike right over here so that it can be sheltered from the rain.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was have a nice bath.
Yeah. Enjoy it while you can, Sam.
Oh, I can't call out.
Ba-ban, ba-ban, ban, ban, a-bee-ba, no. Ban, 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 a-bee-ba, bee-ba, bee-ba. Ban, 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 a-bee-ba, no. Ba-ban, ban, 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 a-bee-ba, no. EU-dana, ah, EU-dana.
Oh god, his Japanese is so awful.
Oh, hell yeah. Soak it in, Sam.
Now
Soak
that
it
I'm
in.
listening to it,
Last time I did this, I didn't really listen to him, but yeah, I can hear his Japanese is
fucking awful.
That's the stuff.
He's out of tune too. Yeah, out of tune. He
That's the stuff.
the melody is off.
This is living. That's the stuff. Soak it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Instead of baby, what does he have on?
It's BB. BB is the thing that helps us detect all the ghosts.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, but you bring can sing it better.
Oh yeah, the girl we brought with us last time could sing it better.
Maybe that.
Let's get out of here.
Got ourselves a nice soak. Let's get back onto the bike and go.
Okay, let's stop by the film director.
He's over there. Got some packages as well on the way.
I'll also pick it up. Hey, give me that.
Can I carry that?
No, I can't. Too much. Oh.
Doesn't matter.
Package for the film director.
Come here.
Hey, people have been using my generator. Harpy Health Delivery Service.
Anyone home?
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hello?
Have a ghost baby with you. It's not dead.
As far as I know. But it is a ghost detecting baby.
The girlfriend is an actual Japanese voice actress, so she probably knows the song.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Sam. Sorry for the hassle. Oh, man. I don't even know what to say.
Right.
Wolf Grey. Octopus? Thank you.
I have something for you. A token of my appreciation.
Oh?
Take it. I insist.
Oh, okay. I don't know what to do with that. I guess we can carry on back. At least for now. I might just recycle it immediately. Let's see.
Thanks for that, Sam. I expect I'll have to call you again in the future.
Good work.
Let's see. Is there anything he's lacking?
Not metals. He's lacking ceramics. And special alloy. I might as well top up his Chiral Crystals to max. I'm almost approaching 9999 Chiral Crystal. And I'll top up his ceramics as well.
Bingo.
Delivering cargo.
Yeah, fuck off, Mr. President. Bitches, dead President.
Yeah. Alright, standard orders. Anything heading towards the distro center? Yes, figurine. We'll take that. I said, give me the fucking premium, thank you. Carry on back. There we go. Right.
Let's go.
Thank you for your
Back to the distro center. I wonder how a Japanese girl ended up on this side of the ocean after the Death Stranding, you know? What? God damn, I hate how jank the fucking bike physics are. Get over the fucking rock! Yeah! Come on. Oh god damn it! Fucking... The bike physics are so fucking jank. Ugh. Ah! Can't wait to get into the truck again. Fuck the bike physics. Whoa! Whoa, what was that? What? The fuck was that? Huh? That was a weird reaction.
Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons be locked until departure.
Hi.
Verified. Thank you.
Someone left a floater right here.
Harpy deliveries. Got some orders for you.
So you made it. Wow. I bet your body's aching after carrying all that.
Yeah. Give me likes.
Give me the damn likes.
Fucking likes now. Alright. Now that we're done with the detour, we can actually continue the story.
And the question is, do I want to take the truck out or do I want to take a bike out? Let me plan on the route.
No shame in taking a break from time to time.
Good work. New.
Let's see here.
Put those away.
Put that away.
I want to... Is there a carry over there?
Yeah. Hi, someone dropped the carrier.
Really, I can't return a carrier? Oh, I didn't know that. Alright, since we can't return the carrier, I'm just going to, I guess, leave it here? Strange, I thought we could return the carrier. Or can I not return carriers? Oh, now I can return it.
What the fuck? Oh. Yeah. Take it.
Is there anything breaking down due to rain? The anti-BT gun is... Just for safety? Nah, we don't need to. We don't need to. I don't think I need to craft a new one. Let's plan our route. We have to get here. If I can connect this to the chiral network, it will fill up a lot of the materials for these roads, which will make completing them a lot easier. I don't know how rough this terrain is gonna be. I think we might have to take a bike out.
Yeah, let's take a bike out.
Garage. Kylon! We'll use your bike.
grab all of this stuff, put it onto the bike. Your precious bike? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be gentle with your bike. Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. I know what I'm doing. Let's see here. Is anything going to the cosplayer? Because we're going to drop by the cosplayer. No. Alright, in that case, we'll just go. Let's get out of here. See you around. I'm sure your bike can take any rough riding. The bike has been really good to me. Oh shit! It's fine, Jet, it's fine. I didn't almost drive off the road. It's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. Doesn't matter how close I got to the edge as long as I didn't go over the edge, right?
Someone's happy.
Alright, let me check in on my safe house real quick. Durability is good. Any cargo? Special alloy. These are important. I appreciate the cargo. And now recycle. There isn't a special alloy. Thank you. Actually I could... This place could do with more metal. So, when I next check back at the distro center, I'll grab some metal. Hang in here.
Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for your...
My rest stop is still looking good. Everything looks good. Wait, why is my safe house 99 durability? Someone upgraded my safe house. Wait. Someone upgraded my safe house. My safe house wasn't fully upgraded before. Oh, who upgraded my safe house? Eh? Can I check who upgraded my safe house?
Contribution.
Ors 44066 upgraded my structure for me. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ors. Wasn't here though, I haven't seen. Yeah, well, yeah. Someone named Ors 44 whatever upgraded it for me.
here. And get up over here.
Yeah, it's cross country. Before we travel this hill,
Also weather forecast. Over here it's raining, but over here it's fine. Okay, well, we'll just bank to the left
a little bit. Don't worry, Kylan. Your bike is fine. She's taking it like a champ.
Which are metals, resin. We're about to connect a new zone to the network, so we should collect this.
Wait, there's a lot of shit here.
Look it all up. We're not gonna go that far away to grab everything. We'll just grab the stuff that's on the way.
Come here. Come here.
Pick up the damn fucking!
Thank you.
Okay. I'll pick up that one.
And should be good to head to the city. Give me that.
Right, let's go.
It's fine. Have faith in your bike. The bike is really good.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Ooh, I see that. Let's grab that. New data shard.
Grab it while I have the chance.
Wait, there's another data shard there? Mama's lab? That's Mama's lab?
Oh!
Yeah. Yeah, hang on.
And.
Let me store as much of this onto the bike as I can.
Go.
Hi, Gannon. Welcome.
What's up?
We're currently in the middle of
Delivery game.
Harpy health delivery service. Right, let me set up a ladder. Why was that thing tilting over? You know, I'm not gonna question it. Come here.
There we go.
Hey, data shard acquired. Put the bowler gun back on. There we go. I want to get that data shard and check in at Mama's lab. Wow. Mama's lab is raining, huh? No, you know what? We're gonna do anyway. This entire area, for the most part, is clear. I want to take advantage of the clear weather to check in at Mama's lab, so we'll do that.
I know. Mama Lab? Mama Lab?
Oh god. Am I supposed to get off the bike?
Stretch my legs.
Can I not go?
There we go.
This is really, really rough weather. I mean rough terrain. Ah, the access area is at the back. Okay, it's fine. Ah, you'll be fine. Packages. I just want to go check on Mama's lab. No deliveries, nothing. Oh well, at least I tapped Mama's lab.
What's going on with Pikami?
Pikami is retiring.
She's graduating.
A whole, a very specific group of people harassed her. And Pikami is retiring at the end of March. I'm surprised you don't know about it. I kind of exploded about it in my Discord.
Nice.
Is the server update? I can check for you right now.
Let me
check the Forge server. But yeah, I'm fairly certain I'm going to want to buy Foundry and host it on my own computer. So I think I'm just gonna have you grab the export, and nope, game is being configured. Only the game owner can access its configuration.
I'm not sure
what the problem is. You don't have to fix it right now because Cass is not able to play this coming week, so we have a week break. It's just that I want to use this week and the week break it to grab the export file and set it up on my computer so that I can have the Foundry thing running on my computer and have everything set up properly. I'm fairly certain I'm gonna have to make some configurations, but yeah.
Let me double check.
Game is being configured. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's still being configured, but hopefully you can sort it out later once you're out of work. Oh yeah, you saw that, sucks. Yeah, that's why for the entire month my subtitles gonna be hard for Pikami. You hit several times, it says it's current. It's not that. It not being current isn't the problem. When I go to the game and click launch, I am... Wait, oh, now it's letting me in what?
What?
What the fuck? Well, how come I can get in now?
What the fuck?
It literally kept throwing me an error up until this latest time I tried it.
Like a minute ago.
I just clicked it. And now it's allowing me. What the fuck? You know what? You know what? You know what? I don't care.
I don't fucking care. It works.
But yeah, yeah, it works.
It works. When you can.
export the game file so that I can buy the foundry and handle the game myself on my PC. You've locked out. Yeah, for now for some reason it works. I don't know why. You're sure you can? You need to work with me there. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Well, we have like I said, we have a week off to figure out what we need to do. So yeah, there's no rush.
Now back to delivery.
There we go.
Oh, the road's over there.
Oopsie. Harpy Health Delivery Service.
Scanning bridges.
Anyone home?
Welcome to South Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Hello?
This place is foggy.
All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Why did the bike return to only 19 likes?
I like this only more times.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Thank you for the bike, Kylon.
Yeah.
Here we are. Deliver requested cargo.
I don't know how much eggs and jizz are in the cargo, but oh, here you go.
Great to see you, man. You don't know how much we've been looking forward to this.
What? See, you got scammed.
Ah, don't worry, don't worry.
Start with those who need it most.
You
Given
just
this
should.
quantity, everyone ought to get a share. We really appreciate it.
I'm sure it's just a server being like not updating properly.
Don't worry about it.
Disposed of thermonuclear weapon.
Can't believe I was carrying a fucking nuke. Jeez.
Fragile. Ooh, fragile hologram. Ooh. Course. Oh, that's a song.
Song. Complete delivery, thank you.
Before Mitchell also joined, Kylon was actually one of the people whom I tried to recruit to joining Tabletop RPG.
So the truth
But
of how the
Kylon-
network is finally becoming a reality?
But Kyla is usually busy during the weekend,
Really can't.
unfortunately.
Feels like a dream almost. If it's not a dream, then yeah, we want to be part of it.
Here's your BTGs. I don't know how BTGs like to connect to the car network, but I'll
Handgun. Assault rifle. Grenade. Oh, there's. I'm seeing that mark over there. I'll check it out later.
Seems like you're busy every day now. Aww.
The chiral network could make a huge difference. Make repairs more manageable. It could help us finally get back on our feet.
You see it would?
You've given us a gift more precious than you know. When we lost Middle Knot City, it felt like there'd be no end to the violence. I woke up every day thinking it might be our last. Yet, here we are. By the grace... Yeah, well, let's just say I don't believe in miracles or luck. Hell no. I believe in people. And it was people that saved us. Just like you did today. Now it's our turn to pick up the pieces and do the same for others. I'm sorry. I gotta get this to everyone. We really appreciate it.
Good work, Sam. I'll see that your supplies are ready and waiting. I suppose I don't need to tell you to take care when you come fetch them.
I'm surprised.
What? What? Excuse me? What?
Oh.
Lethal. Like, okay, what's the point to carrying lethal weapons when we have to, you know, dispose of the body all the time?
By the locker for now.
I mean, I would definitely take one of these with me, but
yeah,
if they're gonna be lethal and kill people and leave bodies that I'm gonna have to dispose of eventually,
like what's the point? Oh.
Oh, I'll worry about that later. Let's put that in storage for now. I'm going to want to adjust what I'm carrying.
Thanks, Sam.
Oh, hi, bitch.
You've saved South Knot City and brought our people even closer together. You're halfway there. Halfway to making us whole again.
Please stop talking.
Listen,
like
there's something I need to tell you.
What? What?
Eh?
Sam, Amelie's connection just dropped. We've been routing her calls through the old system. Must be a problem with the lines. I'll look into it. Let's just hope it's nothing more serious.
Sam, I'm detecting a chiral spike. Right in your vicinity.
What?
These numbers are off the charts.
What?
This might explain the sudden service interruption.
Whatever's causing it could pose a threat to the Knot cities. Get out there and
Oh shit.
investigate.
This is a boss battle, isn't it?
It's a fucking boss battle, isn't it?
I smell a boss fight.
I smell a fucking boss fight.
What do they want me to investigate? Alright, before we go out,
Share memory chip data.
this. Thank you so much, Sam.
How did you get this? I don't know what to say, except thanks.
Thank you for your comfort.
Recycle? Recycle some of this.
Or maybe all of it.
Yeah, I'm recycling all of it.
Fine, recycle all of it. Please recycle that for me, thank you.
Thank you for your continued support.
Fabricate equipment.
Handgun.
Fabricate one of these.
Carry on my back.
APC.
Place in private locker. Alright, I have a question, Chad. What's the point of carrying lethal weapons?
Why would you ever want to use lethal weapons?
Because someone bring them to incinerator or else get a game over.
So why are lethal weapon options even there?
Coating a BT with blood and firing bloodstained spots. Coating a BT with blood and firing at the bloodstained spots with lethal weapons deals extra damage. More than regular blood bullets.
Really?
Still, why kill humans? Two accidental deaths will cause how durable they are. There's no reason to shoot any human. There's a time when you have the bowler gun, then the lethal weapon, then the rubber bullets come later. Option exists, rubber bullet. Leaving you with a lethal weapons that have been designed for but no longer any reason to use it. So... You haven't bothered except for the ones that can switch to hermetic rounds. So according to this, the way you're supposed to deal with BTs is to throw a grenade at them and then shoot them with lethal weapon. Very interesting. That is such a strange way to, if lethal weapons are used. So if there is... Let me think about this. So with the way this is working out, it's better for me to carry grenades and an assault rifle as opposed to the anti-BT handgun.
Oh, in that case, let's. I guess we're gonna do it. Let me recycle the
Anti-BT handgun. It's breaking down anyway. And PPC. Oh wait, no. We'll deal with that later.
I have a locker.
Ladder attached to suit on the right shoulder.
And
an assault rifle.
carry on my back. Offload that.
And
carry by hand.
confirmed. Let's just say if you want Kyrillium, we get lots of Kyrillium.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right. Stun.
No.
Let me see what. We have standard orders. We have orders for Sam. They want me to investigate the rain, right?
Yeah, rain just spawned all around me.
I'm just gonna send out the bots to make some deliveries.
What? Make that delivery for me?
And then we're going to take a short break.
And house. What, Mr. Bot?
We're going to go to the firing range first before we go to room. I want to test out what the assault rifle and the pistol are like.
See how they fire.
Handgun, assault rifle.
Alright.
So that's the accuracy of the assault rifle.
Alright. Let's try the pistol now.
Oh wow. When I reset it removes stuff from my back as well.
Interesting.
Wait, let's try the handgun.
Let's try to reset one more time.
I want to try a magic grenade with
an assault rifle.
So I have to grenade and then switch and then shoot. Ah, I see the blood going through the cloud.
Alright.
It's kind of weird that a lethal bullet flying through a blood cloud does more damage than the blood bullet on its own.
Oh. Not gonna question game logic. Not gonna question it. Certified Ghostbuster.
I don't have the lightning gun from the Ghostbuster. Wait, let's rest first. I'm gonna rest before we go and investigate what that rain is.
Welcome. Getting a gun is, in most cases, a feature. I'm getting them, and this feels significant.
Kind of like Fallout 1 significant. You know, even though it didn't start out that way, I'm making guns way ubiquitous in my Pathfinder setting.
Very, very ubiquitous.
Good
At
morning,
least
Sam.
basic guns.
Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Right, let me take a washroom break.
I'll be right back, chat.
Everyone, get up and stretch your legs, alright? Go to the washroom if you need to, or go to the kitchen and grab some drinks or snacks. When we get back, we will eat some meal, empty our bladder, shower, and then investigate the rain. Also, Mitchell, you missed the other Mitchell.
Who was here?
Unless you were just kind of looking and you heard me and you just decided not to say anything. Oh,
Abby.
love you all.
I am back.
I'm putting on my chest harness again. Now that I've actually had experience running Pathfinder 2e, I can see that guns in Pathfinder 2e are actually they're quite well balanced versus the other the normal fantasy range weapons like bows and crossbows. In fact, simple guns in terms of damage output are actually weaker than crossbows. Their damage is just straight up lower, or at least their damage potential is lower, whereas guns make up for in other areas. Like some of the guns are really weak in terms of damage, but you can keep firing them without needing to reload. Others they have other features like they deal slightly less raw damage, but in exchange they have a special feature where you can change what damage type they're doing. It's quite interesting how they balance it. So I'm actually enjoying putting guns in my campaign, although still mostly basic guns, none of that fantasy gun.
Let me drink water while Sam goes to the toilet.
EX grenade number 1.
Time for more coffee. Green pie, check, cheers.
EX grenade number 2.
I never get tired of seeing this.
EX grenade number 0.
Right. Check in with BB.
Wait, hang on. How long was I muted?
How long was I muted, chat?
How long was I muted? I don't know.
Fuck.
Oh well.
Oh well.
Yeah, no.
Kojima likes, having guys, naked.
That's pretty typical for Kojima. Only a minute or two. Fuck! 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 Okay, I was talking about how getting baby likes at the mirror was annoying because the animation is so slow and you have to go through each animation and take a picture once. Yeah. Saying never get bored and then muted. Yeah, fuck. Oh. Yeah, what I said after that was taking picture for baby likes, and you need to go through every single damn pose and take one picture for each of them. It's annoying. Slow. Pottery? Are we really getting a history lesson on fucking pottery? Grandson of the founder of English. Greatest pottery dynasty, the Wedgwoods. Josiah Wedgwood II, who insisted that his nephew join the HMS Beagle on its legendary voyage in order for his scientific investigations. Had that not happened, the theory of evolution may never have come into being. Really? Charles Darwin, huh? So, a descendant of England's greatest pottery dynasty was Charles Darwin? Really? Yeah. Interesting. Situation after the first Death Stranding is oh, that's actually good to know. I'm wondering about the lore of the world. Hang on, music a bit too loud. There we go. Hang on. There was a series of huge explosions. Well, not so much a series, they were simultaneous, worldwide. The global comms infrastructure was shot to hell. But we salvaged what we could and tried to make sense of what had happened. It didn't seem like much at the time, but it was a hell of a lot better than what we have now. Anyway, the government figured out the whole thing was a terrorist attack at first. We'd been dealing with lots of those back then, but it didn't take long to see that it was something else. The craters left by the blast were bizarre. There was no rubble, no dust even, which led the scientists to rule out meteor strikes. There was trace neutron radiation, alpha rays, but we knew it wasn't nukes either. Some of the particles we detected we'd never even seen before, chiralium, although we didn't know it at the time. The more we studied them, the more our scientists came to the same conclusion. These were the results of the annihilation events. And it was right about the time that chiral clouds started to form. After that, all communication with outside world went down for good. No blue in inverted rainbow. We as humans are complex multicellular organisms. 60 trillion cells inside each of us, they say. How many of these cells need to die for us to consider a person dead? Are there any cells in particular which determine whether a person is alive or dead? These questions are academic, of course. The exact point of death can't be calculated using cell counts. On the other hand, no one can deny the existence of degenerative diseases that gradually destroy more and more cells, leaving the victim effectively half dead. And what about me? Most of my organs have been harvested from other people. They still work, of course, but could the original owner have been said to be alive? I really don't know. Really, organ transplant is a thing. Incidentally, have you ever heard of a fun little experiment they once did with roundworms called sea elegans? These creatures are notable for glowing bright blue when exposed to UV light, but only when they die. It seems to be a reaction from the anthralinic acid within the organism. and it's known as death fluorescence. Yep, that's right. Blue is very much the color of death, it seems. Can it therefore really be a coincidence that there's no blue in an inverted rainbow? Timefall strengthens an air's connection to the beach. This is something to do with the chiral network. Chiral particles becoming excited, I believe. In spaces connected to the beach, electromagnetic waves with blue wavelengths can easily travel through the seam, leaking out onto the beach. Some people think that's where the blue from inverted rainbow goes. Who knows? The fact that blue has a strong connection to death, though, that much seems pretty inarguable. But really, I don't know, but oh well. Giant BTs, blah 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 blah. Several types of BTs, blah. Consuming prey, blah 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 blah. These are some truly enormous BTs. Curiously, however, these do not appear to have umbilical cords. Giant BTs are comprised of the consolidated core of multiple deceased individuals. The connection between each individual and their beach is lost, which is why the resulting BT does not manifest an umbilical cord. Really? Giant BTs are multiple BTs having got tied with each other? Any other lore stuff? No? Well, we learned a little bit more about the world and how it works. I wonder how the chiral clouds affected satellite communication.
Because satellite communication satellites exist outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
You would think that satellite communication would still work. 2050? I'm not sure how far in the future this is. Someone could probably just look it up real quick what year it's set in. I think the game told us, but I forgot.
Drink out delicious beer.
Alright.
Put on my hat.
Well, but it is future, but not centuries away. Yeah. Fairly certain that's how far in the future, or more like how not far into the future. Let's get rid of this. Give me a where's the tentacle patch?
There it is. Tentacle patch.
There's no other attachments I can grab, right? Yeah. No utility patches at the very least.
Oh. Beer and bugs. Yep.
Any no other items yet. Oh, confirmed.
Alright, let me check on BB real quick. BB. BB? Are you alright? BB. Wakey wakey.
Tired, huh?
Well, you can't be tired. We have things to investigate. Originally developed as a folding assault carbine, US Army Airborne Division. Multi-purpose assault rifle.
And I have the handgun.
Oh, this is a really fancy looking handgun. Standard British issue carbine. Holding stop provide a degree of augmentation. Improve stability when firing.
Really?
Is this moddable? I wonder if the handgun is moddable.
Oh.
The cocking handle on the side. The slide makes it easier to handle. Oh, for now I'm just going to carry the assault rifle.
Cargo replication gun. Wire weight projectile.
Right. Let's get out of here. Well, the fact there's level 1 next to the name makes me think it's a progression system evolved. Yeah, most items only go up to level 2 or 3.
So,
there's probably an upgrade for it eventually, but for now I'm going to be using the assault rifle. Before we go out and investigate what's going on outside though, let's check in with the bots.
alright. Bots. Deliver to these 3. Off you go.
This place still doesn't have much by way of materials, so I don't want to claim materials for this place. Instead, we're gonna claim materials from places like the craftsman, the engineer, and the distro center and bring them forward to start rebuilding the road.
We're gonna do that eventually. For now, we are going to...
Let me... put this away. I'm going to craft another hematic grenade.
Placing grenade pouch.
Alright, I have 3 letters, 1 PPC, assault rifle, sticky gun,
Bowler gun.
Alright, time to go.
What the fuck is going on outside?
Time to find out.
Thank you for the music, Hololive.
Let's go. Uh-oh.
Boss fight?
Boss fight? Oh yeah, boss fight. Boss fight.
Definitely boss fight.
Are those wheels? Oh god. Where the hell are the wheels coming from?
The autocap does nothing. I know. The autocap, it does nothing.
Although to be fair, the autocap is supposed to help you deal with water, not a fucking tornado that can carry wheels. Okay. Time for likely a boss fight, maybe? The wheels are from other loot box reading games.
I think those are different types of wheels. Who the hell are you?
Who the fuck are you? Wait, Max?
What?
Daddy Max?
What?
What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Combat veteran?
What? What the fuck? What?
Oh, what the hell's going on?
What the fuck?
But all my equipment's gone.
What the fuck?
Yeah, what?
What? Okay,
I still have stuff in my... in my pouches, but nothing on my back. Everything on my back is
thrown out.
Ow!
Where the fuck am I supposed to go?
Give me that! Ah! I'm not involved in your fight. Why am I in World War One all of a sudden? Yeah. Equipment check. Right. Stun bomb. I don't know where all my letters and PPC went, but apparently I can't. Wait, where the fuck am I? Okay. Tank. Okay. Use tank for cover. Ugh. Come on. Right. Move. Keep up with the tank. Oh shit, the tank's out. Maybe not now. Oh my god! Baby, now's not the time! Baby, shut up! Shut the fuck up! Bitch, castle, stop crying! Okay, get the fuck out! Okay.
Gotta be way back.
Give me that.
Oh god. What now?
What the fuck? Eh?
What?
Daddy?
What?
The fuck? What?
Dump that.
Who is that asshole anyway?
What? Shotgun? Can I have a shotgun? I would like a shotgun.
What's wrong?
Give me that.
Shotgun, assault rifle, grenades.
Give me that.
Probably carrying too much, to be honest.
What?
The fuck is that? What? Okay,
That was unexpected. Fuck you!
Oh god damn it. Oh god, this guy.
Hit like fucking checks.
No. Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh god damn it! No.
No, hang on.
Hang on a second.
Fuck you!
No, fuck you! Leave me alone!
Fuck you!
Oh my god! No.
Dump that.
Dump. Utility pouch. It's on empty. Dump that. Right.
Shotgun. Daddy?
Eddie, where'd you go?
I need backup.
What?
Light him up.
What?
Oh shit. Okay, that took a lot of bullets. Hang on. Grenade out!
Find a place to hide.
Oh god damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Don't rally point.
What? Where did he go? Where the fuck did he go?
We need reinforcements. Get back out there.
Where did this become a third-person shooter? Dump that. Dump that. Shotgun is on empty. Dump that. I don't even know where I'm supposed to go. Oh, it's that way now. Okay, we'll go the other way and grab that equipment. Okay, more guns. Oh shit! Okay, aim for the head. That stuns them. Not it. Oh fuck! No, hang on. Hang on. Fuck you! This is actually difficult. He did so much damage! Shit, I'm actually running out of ammo. No, you don't. Fucking daddy! Sorry, Daddy.
We need reinforcements. Go.
2 minutes to go. Let's try going around.
Am I still on Twitch?
Well, yeah, I'm back on Twitch. It's just that Twitch is my secondary site now.
YouTube is my main site.
Twitch is secondary.
I believe I explained it
On my return stream to Twitch, I was only going to use Twitch for VR chat streams.
Oh, VR chat and chill stream specifically.
Main site is going to be YouTube, and then Fansly for,
You know, Fansly content.
and then Twitch for VR chat and chill streams. What am I even doing here?
Tango. Open fire.
Where is it coming from?
It's a good location.
Come on, bitch.
Shit. Goddamn shotgun suck!
Me. Light him up. Open fire.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Give me that. There you are. Oh. Let's see. Some grenades. Shit. Heck. Oh my god. How many fucking times do I have to do this?
We need reinforcements!
Just asking in case I got banned again. No, I haven't got banned again.
I'm still good. I'm still good on Twitch. It's just
Yeah, after... I kind of explained this during my return to Twitch stream, but after being perma-banned on Twitch for shitty reasons, I don't want to put myself in a position where
I could lose the platform and on just like that.
I don't want to be beholden to Twitch anymore, so yeah. Main site is YouTube.
Where am I?
Twitch is for VR chat and chill streams.
And
Fansly is Fansly. Oh fuck.
hang on. Manage cargo.
Put that into my utility pouch. Hope you're doing okay, by the way, Rat.
Why deal with this
Crazy, whatever the fuck this is. Oh shit! Where the hell do you come from? No! Oh my god!
Fuck you!
Ah! Yeah, how many damn times do I have to do this?
I killed so many of them.
No, Daddy's coming. Heal, 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 heal.
Come on, heal. Fuck you!
No, 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 no.
Fuck you!
Please tell me that was the last one. God damn it. That was actually really difficult.
Now what the fuck just happened?
What?
What? What?
What the hell just happened? Was it possible for me to not take so much damage? Cause
that was really difficult.
the game swarms you with enemies, and those enemies take so many shots to kill.
I was actually worried I was gonna run out of ammo.
What?
Huh?
Sam, do you read me?
Yeah.
Everything
What the
okay?
fuck?
Where am I?
Say again?
What happened to me?
The second you left the distribution center, the storm blinked out, just like that.
What?
Chiral density dropped almost as fast.
I got caught in the storm and I was in a war zone.
You been daydreaming, Sam? Comms were only down for a second.
No, it was much longer than that. There was this soldier, he tried taking my BB.
If you say so.
The little one can vouch for me.
Sam? It's been less than a minute since we last spoke.
That can't be right. I was there for hours, it felt like.
Maybe you should rest a bit.
Never mind. Coming to you.
It's a shame I can't meet you halfway.
Yeah, I know. Your kid, right?
Be careful, Sam. I'm looking forward to seeing you. It's been a while since I've had company.
It's easy for you and your normal difficulty.
Did my difficulty setting make the enemies take that much more damage? Or that much less damage?
Sam, proceed to Mama's lab. Mama was part of the Cupid R&D team. However, from the start, she had concerns about its long-term viability. Felt Cupids had fundamental flaws, which might explain the strange phenomenon you experienced and the spike in chiral density. You should pay her a visit. See what she has to say.
One more if you think now, so sure.
I made it.
I almost died a few times, but I made it.
Yeah, look at how much crap I'm carrying. Then grenade pouch, utility pouch, utility pouch. What am I? Boot clip. Grenade pouch. Wow, I have a shotgun. I don't know what to do with it, but I have it.
Did I lose anything?
I mean, yeah, those are all used up. I got a bunch of extra guns that I didn't take in with me.
I definitely need more blood bags.
Alright,
Let's go in first.
Oh, so where did your bike go?
Bye. Bikey boy.
Oh, your bike is safe and sound.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Where the hell were you when I needed you, huh, bike?
We really could have used the bike in that war zone.
Kylon,
This one's for you.
your bike
Thanks for the help.
abandoned me, Kylon.
Today's a good day.
Such an unreliable bike.
Can't believe your bike dared to, leave me stranded in the middle of war zone. After that, we're definitely gonna take a short break.
I need to rest. Please recycle those for me.
Pizza delivery.
Really?
Okay, we're not gonna do that right now. We're going to wait until we build this road up, and then we'll come back here and do the pizza delivery.
Oh. All that is still ongoing?
Yeah, we need
We need rest after that. Let me shower.
We'll manage our inventory later.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Interestingly, the blood, marks on Sam, they're positional. The last time I got Sam coated in blood was because I threw a hematic grenade and ran through the hematic grenade cloud, and when I did that, Sam's whole body was covered in blood, but this time it's only partially covered in blood. Interesting. But yeah, okay, let me take a short washroom break. I'll be right back, chat.
Need a pee. He slept covered in blood again?
Yeah, I know, right?
Norman is so dirty. He really should shower before he sleeps.
I can't imagine going to sleep covered in all that gunk.
I wouldn't be able to.
I hate that gunky feeling of your scalp and your hair covered in grease and your body feels sticky.
That really feels awful to me. He doesn't take off his shoes in the private room too.
He actually does. He's walking around barefoot right now.
If you look down,
there's his bare feet. I don't even know where he puts his shoes. You see some boots over there, but
no. Doesn't he come in with full footwear initially?
I don't know. I remember the first time you're in the safe room. He if you look at at his feet, you can you can get him to pull off his like dead toenails.
It's disgusting, but he does do that.
No, baby.
Right.
No, stop!
That's not what I wanted. Back up.
Let's check in with
Meow. Desperate plea for a second pizza pie.
Peter Englund, connoisseur of delicious pizza. Another pizza from South North City. Expecting company, a sweet couple whom I'm intensely fond of.
They were allowed to take the air, but with the wilderness being very dangerous, entertain the thought, alas. Remaining indoors, I'm incapable of preparing anything but the most disagreeable cuisine, so I must place myself at your mercy yet again, lest the poor dear starve. While I've worried. I'm much aware I've gone far beyond the bounds of common decency in making this request. I must compound my sins with a stipulation. The pizza in question must be topped with the bacon of the incomparable Iberico pig.
Okay, I guess, we're not gonna do that right now because we need to establish a road first leading out of South North City. How do I want to do this? We might have Fragile teleport us to Central or Lake North City and then just he wants me to look at something?
Yeah. Yeah, let me see. Sir. Gray, huh?
Yeah, there's nothing here I want.
weapons? Yeah, the shotgun.
Did I just gain the ability to manufacture the shotgun from this? A number of mounting points, allowing for a high degree of augmentability. I have a feeling I'm eventually going to be able to get different versions of the shotgun.
Same with the pistol. We're not seeing that augmentability thing for the assault rifle.
US Army issue grenade.
Yes, baby? Baby?
Hey there.
Alright, yeah, we will contact Fragile. We are going to... Let me see, where do we want to go? We are going to go to the distro center. Have Fragile teleport us to the distro center. We're going to pick up supplies there, and then we're going to construct the road
Directly from the distro center. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Let's get out of here.
Sam, I'm glad I can do something for you. Especially after what you did for me. Now, picture your destination.
I know we left all our equipment there at South North City, but we will go back for it soon enough. Marriage sucks. Did I just read that mail right? Are we destroying ourselves? Blah 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 blah, blaming bitches, blah 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 blah.
All before the Stranding, stockpiling nukes at other WMDs. I must just get over it. We're gonna... That's what...
Blah blah, yeah, she's just talking nonsense.
You're still picking it back? Ever long for a little company? I know I used to, not anymore.
Yeah, I kind of have to give a lot easier back when I was on my own. What? Really? Really? If you need to do whatever the hell I want, no one pissing and moaning over every tiny thing. Where does this girl get up being so fucking fussy? I swear I can't do anything right. She's seen the fight we had the other night, I tell you. It's true what they say, familiarity beats contempt. Don't ever get married, Sam. Oh no. Oh no, the marriage is falling apart already.
Oh. Well. Sucks to be you, I guess.
Just name isn't money more. Blah blah blah. Working with them. Blah blah.
Blah 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 blah. Saving us just like you did, I wager. It's too easy to forget.
Blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Fuck off. I don't care about you anymore.
I left your bike there too.
Ah, don't worry. We'll go get your bike.
Don't worry. I'm eventually gonna go back there and grab all the equipment again, so yeah.
least they're not married with kids yet. In before she's already pregnant.
Maybe she's already pregnant and she's expecting a baby and
he's stuck with her forever because he has to take responsibility now. Although technically after what he had to go through to elope,
convincing a mom to accept them.
I have a feeling even if there wasn't a baby involved, the mom will kill him.
Legit kill him.
Keep drinking while I close the menus that I have open. There we go.
The mom even went as far as lie to everyone, saying that the daughter is dead just to get the boyfriend to stop chasing after her.
Right in your face.
Cream pie. In your face, chat. Yes.
Aye.
Let's get out of here.
I'm gonna do some road construction.
Same.
I wonder if we're gonna get more info regarding Daddy Mads.
Besides just that very strange boss fight.
Wait, there was more?
2-5 cargo, bloodback, and
Shit! One of the boots is there. Fuck! Oh well. Okay, all we're going to do while we're here is manage orders.
let's complete this order first. Yeah. Alright,
Metals to engineer, resin and special alloys to craftsman.
do it.
Just send one bot out for now.
Um,
Is there any deliveries for this place? Lake North City, Engineer, Craftsman Distribution Center, Weather Station, Cosplay. So a lot of people have deliveries for this place.
alright. We'll take deliveries from
Distro Center and the Cosplayer. But for now, let's see. How much does it take? We need metals. We'll start from the first one. Fucking... 1,000 ceramics and 600 and no wait, 1,000 metals and 600 no 740 ceramics.
I
Hang on, I need a truck.
Alright,
Right. Load down to the truck. Claim materials.
I need
Another order of metals and 740 ceramics. There's no good denomination. Well, we'll make it a flat 800 ceramics. Right. Okay, load that onto the truck.
it's time for that.
Now, next. It's the first road. The next road is 1,040 metals and 800 ceramics again. Alright. I'm running out of ceramics by doing this. Lake Knot City has a lot of ceramics and metals. So you know we're going to drive back to Lake Knot City. Grab some ceramics from over there.
Let's go.
Have a pleasant return. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Strange.
Have a pleasant journey.
Good morning, Sam.
A lot of people are leaving stuff on the road. That ceramic is worth taking.
Okay.
Come here.
What?
Come on.
Please on the fucking truck! What? Excuse me, game?
Put it in there, Jack.
Thank you. You know, now that I'm building roads again, I'm starting to see that ceramics are the most valuable resource that we have the least amount of. So you know we're going to grab those ceramics.
Gotta stretch my legs.
Oh, those guys are actually organically running towards shelter. Interesting.
Okay.
Good luck, guys. It's across the river. No worth the trouble. Oh, is that still there?
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Oh, it's raining quite heavily here, isn't it? Let's get out of here.
Right on.
Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Coming through.
Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
Alright, here we are.
Well turned, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Now, we need to grab materials from here. Got enough materials to build 2 roads. We need 2 more. That is 1,100 metals and 830 ceramics. $1,000 metals and 830 ceramics. Load onto truck. Right. Now let's see here. Last one requires 640 metals and 480 ceramics. Let's see. $480 ceramics. I think I calculated this right. Hopefully I calculated it right. If I didn't calculate it right, then we'll just draw whatever else we need from what I'm currently carrying or the city itself.
What's completed delivery? Alright.
Okay, what do you have?
Only one completed? Alright, that's fine.
Let's see here. Special alloys going to the engineer. Is in special alloys to the craftsman. We will have the bot deliver this.
Anything else?
Metals and special alloys to South North City. That's actually worth taking. This is worth taking as well.
Take these two. Oh my god.
Oh, I need to sneeze.
Come on. God damn it.
It's not coming out.
Fuck. Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
Order assigned.
Damn it. Yeah.
The sneeze isn't coming.
Beginning descent. Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
Along the way, we're also going to stop by the
Have a pleasant journey.
engineer and the craftsman, because they have deliveries for us heading out towards south north.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
We're gonna get the deliveries while we can.
Oh boy.
Beginning scan.
Happy deliveries.
Verifying ID.
Got any deliveries heading out to South North City?
All clear. Welcome.
I'm performing a construction service and health delivery service.
No bots available. Right.
Soil samples.
We'll take it.
Nothing else heading towards south north. Yeah.
Order assigned.
Let's get out of here.
Next up.
Until next time.
After. Excuse me.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh god.
Hang on.
Gonna pick up that metal. 400 metals is worth stopping to pick up.
Yeah, I know.
He really should be paying me more. Because I'm not just a delivery guy.
I'm also the road constructor. Shouldn't they be paying me more? I feel like they should be paying me more.
Where are my sex slaves at?
It's post-apocalyptic, right? Where are my sex slaves? I didn't want sex slaves, goddammit. Sex slaves should be a thing.
And I should be getting that thing.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear.
Harpy deliveries.
Till departure. All clear. Welcome.
Got anything heading out to Salna City?
Oh.
What completed delivery? Alright. I'm sure antique art being 70% busted is fine, right?
She does art. I'm sure she can fix it up.
Let's see what's available. Resins. Item. Wait, excuse me? Item used by old robot lovers? What exactly is...
What exactly does that entail?
Antique implements made by master craftsmen. Aha!
Sure. Well,
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
here you go, junk dealer. Here's your robot lover implement made by a master.
I don't exactly know what you intend to do with them, but I ain't gonna question it.
Hey, let's go.
Order assigned.
Next stop.
Sam Bridges, you are incredible.
Distro center.
Back there.
And then once we drop everything off that's heading for the distro center, we will head out to do road construction. And we're going to retrieve Kylon's bike because otherwise Kylon will cry.
Little bitch keeps crying about his bike.
We know his bike is really amazing.
She keeps like... She keeps...
You know, being amazing at taking all the rough handling.
I know! Kyla is like, my bike! My precious bike! You see Kyla is like
Still crying about his stupid bike. You shitty piece of spike. We'll get you back off. You stupid pike. Patience, patience. Little bitch, you.
Alright, first things first.
Who the hell built that stupid light bridge there? You know I'm not gonna question it.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright.
First things first. Harpy deliveries where the distro center.
Make deliveries. Resins and ceramics.
There you go. You borrow the bike, you bring it back.
Everything all right there?
I'm not sure you can pick it up where I left it. Right? Right, sir?
He knows where it is.
Right? Yes, GPS locator.
Right.
No shade.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
I'm busy. Alright.
Now, delivery.
No bots I can use. Is there any special alloys? No. Is something heading out to the cosplayer?
Doesn't look like it.
Oh, in that case,
I'll take this.
Accept order.
Yeah.
Truck will handle the cargo.
It's a little rusty, but sure, it's fine.
Alright, got all the cargo we need. Let's get out of here. I'm performing several things.
On our way to get you your bike back, Kylon.
The trucks really do get in the way on the road though, I must say.
Everything good on my wrist though?
Okay. This is where things get a bit complicated. We have to get the truck over there somehow. I don't know if the trucks power strong enough to get there.
Let's give it a shot.
We're also going to stop by the cosplayer because the cosplayer might have things for us to pick up.
Okay, we're gonna park right over here.
Okay.
Why would anyone build a fucking charging station so deep?
Have a pleasant journey.
It's hard for our vehicles to reach this place. We really should build a charging station further out.
I might consider building a charging station here. Just so that I have a more reliable charging station. Let's see. Top quality underwear. Interesting. I'm gonna build a PPC.
Alright. You think you saw that same station there?
Yeah, I'm gonna build a better station.
Order assigned.
Alright, let me see here. How much does it take to upgrade the generator? 400 metals, right? Let me withdraw. Actually, is there a 400 metal guy? There is! Alright, I'll take that.
Thank you very much.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, see ya, Sam.
Yeah, that charging station,
Fuck you, whoever you are.
this charging station is awful. You need to build it further out.
Have a pleasant journey.
I will build my charging station. Right.
Here. This will cover the entrance, and it's out of the way so that people won't crash into it.
Under construction.
Construction.
Now we immediately upgrade it. Metal from the back. Confirm. I look fucking ridiculous with that otter hat. Well, the thing is... upgrading, I'm going to move things around. Alright.
Structure upgraded.
Alright. Let's see, customize structure.
Goose. I have goose, but I don't have the rubber ducky yet. Where the hell do you find the rubber ducky? I've seen you use the rubber ducky, Kylon. Where can I find rubber ducky? I want rubber ducky too. Oh yes. Gotcha. Right. Now, everyone can enjoy this charging station at the entrance. It was really early on the game. Really? You get it early on in the game, but I never found it. Yeah. Come on. Oh god. Oh wait, wait. Hang on. Come on. Come on. Get over there. Fucking bitch. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Harpy road construction. Drills. Oh, no wonder I haven't gotten it yet. I never did the drills. Because fuck that shit. And material. And material. And material. Confirmed. I doubt I'll ever go and repeat the drills. Maybe I'll do it off stream. Seems like the kind of thing I would do off stream. TBH. Road rebuild. Wow, this is such a weird bend for the road. Oh, I'm gonna question it. Hey. Anta? Hello, duck. Unlocks an upgrade for your backpack. Oh, really? Huh. I didn't realize that they even put backpack unlocks there. Fuck! That means I'm gonna have to go and do those fucking drills. It's very annoying. Wait, the auto pavement is over there? I almost missed it. Ooh. Hang on a second. Oh shit. Really? Really? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I don't have any weapons on me. Fuck. Okay, hang on. First thing first. Grab this. Okay, I'm going to try my best to get to the fucking paver. Hope to God there's no BTs there. Please tell me there's no BTs here. Please let there be no BTs. Oh god damn it! We build this road. Let's see. 150. 800 ceramics. Beryllium. Right. Road, please. That low bridge is quite low. Can the truck get under there? It can. Alright, that's done. Next up.
Looks like the game is nice to us.
The direct road to Sama City doesn't have BTs.
Oh, that's fine.
Totally fine. And these.
Add these and add this.
Right, done. Get out of here before anything happens. Alright, last road. I'm sure it's fine to park like that, right? I'm over by 60.
I'm not going to
bother about that then. So I make that just right.
Okay. And done.
I save so much materials by
connecting the region to the car now with us.
This would have taken what, 3-4 times the amount of materials if I didn't connect the region.
Let's get out of here. Harpy deliveries.
Oh goddammit, open the damn door!
Asshole!
But before we go in, I remember there being something here, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's something down there.
Yeah, I know.
Shut the fuck up.
There we go. Come on, let's roll.
Alright, back in we go. And we should be good.
See, Kyla, your bike is fine.
Right where I left it.
Although right now your bike is kind of in the way. Hang on a second. Let me just
Thanks
move
for
it.
the help. Today's a good day.
I'm gonna use your bike as well.
Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Put your bike here.
Right, time to move.
Right. Park the truck.
And now let us make
All the deliveries. Deliver everything.
A delivery? Great. Always happy to get one, let me tell you. People say you're a hero. Times like this, I'm reminded how right they are.
You have a really ugly mustache.
Yeah, that's right. That mustache is hideous.
Alright, let me run to the washroom while the game calculates this.
I'll be right back.
I'll speed run this shit.
Please run.
Speed run, speedy running, speed run.
Yummy.
Ah, god damn it. I need to click through this. Yeah. I thought it was going to do everything for me while I was gone. Fuck. Reverse track defensive? Question mark? I wonder what that is. I guess I'll get a briefing later.
Sam, with the help of the Chiral network, we've recovered experimental data which should
Development
provide a boost
initiatives.
to our
Oh god damn it, I'm not
ongoing
hearing
research
this.
and development
Hang on.
initiatives. As a matter of fact, we've already made one breakthrough that can be applied to our weapons programs.
Hang on.
Hematic rounds, anti-BT
use
ammunition
your
that
properties of your own
utilizes
blood.
the unique properties of your own blood. However, it's important to remember
Expending small
that
quantities
with
of your
each
blood.
shot
Wait, what?
fired, you'll be expending a small quantity of your own blood. And depending on the situation, you may
Respect
be
to
better
convention.
off switching back to
I have
conventional
ammo switching
ammo.
now?
Oh, that's
Further
cool.
details can be found in the list of equipment available for fabrication.
Okay.
So that's why there's a reason to carry the handgun. Truck defensive.
What? What does defensive do?
An additional bot? Okay, thank you.
Wow. Can I max out the rep with this place? In one go?
I wonder if I can max it out and go. Let's see, chat.
Will I max it out immediately?
I may be able to max it.
Let's see. No, I don't think I can. Not unless one of these missions gives me a large boost.
Okay, maybe the underwear gives me a large boost.
Let's see. Not enough. Oh.
Time to craft a handgun Mark II, it seems.
Come see us whenever you like, Sam. We're always happy to make time for a hero.
Good work.
Let's see, recycle.
Yeah, get rid of all this. Okay, even though we're supposed to go and talk to Mama, we're not gonna talk to her right now. Instead, we are going to
head out and make that pizza delivery. There's a pizza we need to deliver. We're going to handle that first. Place all that in a grenade pouch. Bogle gun on tool rack.
That's on the back.
Attach to suit left shoulder. Attach to suit right shoulder.
I finally have all my equipment again.
I need a climbing anchor.
And
need to craft a handgun Mark II and 2 blood bags.
That firearm can be loaded with hematic rounds. It's fitted with a dot sight as well. Should improve your aim.
Lethal anti-personnel weapon, okay.
What's this?
6 electromagnetic shield unit added. It reduces the truck's cargo capacity, but protective field. As long as the batteries damage taken by gunfire and other impacts is reduced.
Still be vulnerable to falls from high places.
Mutation based model comes to rough ground. So
what I'm reading from this is that
it helps you deal with mules better, but it doesn't deal with BTs at all, which technically is what I need.
Yeah. I thought I'll use these.
Craft me one of those, please.
2 blood packs, thank you. Place on utility pouch. Carry on back.
Uh-huh. There we go. Alright, I think.
Yeah,
well, fitted just nicely. Now we can do that pizza delivery. First things first.
Truck, store. Any rest?
Storing vehicle. Standing.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right.
Kylon, your bike is gonna help some more. Bots deliver these too. Right. Go.
Now let's take
some combat trucks before we
do this crazy pizza delivery. Everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking as long as you're here for the moment, chat. Can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water, anything you have. As long as you're here. Bring in 3, 2, 1, cream pie.
Cheers, everyone. Hi. Loading care supply.
Pizza. Abrico ham. Container must be kept flat, or pizza will be spoiled.
Yep, that's fine. Leave the truck behind.
Pizzas should always be kept flat during transport, as in level with the ground, to be clear. Keep that in mind before you try to stuff one in a backpack. Otherwise, you're liable to make a huge mess.
Don't worry, it's going on the bike.
Actually, just in case you know, we'll take the floating carrier on the bike as well.
Save it that way, just in case I need to use it.
Alright, let's go.
Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated.
Come on, Kylon bike.
The pizza delivery.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
pizza staying flat.
It's not your experience with some low quality pizza places here.
Is it really that bad?
I've never really had any pizza place deliver pizza completely trashed.
How bad are pizza places around you?
Where they actually trash it. I really should go back to the starter area and repair some of the stuff there.
I feel I want to continue the story. Go visit Mama.
Maybe I should just do the stuff at the starter area off stream.
You know, that way I don't bore you guys. And I instead do story stuff with you guys.
And stop here to repair a package. Alright, let's go. Domino's there is really bad.
Really? Huh.
The Domino's here is actually very good. Well, the pizzas themselves are okay. They're quite average, but their service is honestly quite good.
There was once where I ordered a Domino's pizza and the delivery guy decided to deliver multiple pizzas at once, and
he fucked up. What happened was because he was delivering multiple items at once, he will go to one house, tag that item is delivered, go to the next house, tag that item is delivered, so on and so forth, right? But what happened was he had delivered an item and accidentally tagged it as the pizza was delivered. My pizza was delivered, even though he delivered something else to a different house. So, because of that, I was like, hey, where's my pizza? Do I have to order more food? Fuck. And then I started. And then I went to order something else. And then, after I had ordered that something else to replace the pizza that I think was lost, the actual pizza that was supposed to be delivered to me got delivered. And yeah. So I ended up having 2 full orders of food delivered to my house. And I was like, oi, Domino's, your guy, I don't know why, but he did this and he caused me to get like extra food that now I don't need. And then Domino's Pizza was like really apologetic. They refunded one of the orders, not both, but one of the orders. Wait, no. Wait, now I remember. I ordered from a completely different restaurant, so Domino's Pizza refunded the pizza that I got and gave me a coupon for the next like pizza I ordered. Discount, some sizable discount. I think something like 20 or 30% discount.
There we go.
So yeah, Domino's Pizza was nice to give me that after their driver fucked up.
That's a pity.
Unfortunately, it likely means that the driver lost money because of that, but oh well. That's his fault. His problem for you know, messing up my order.
If you don't want to lose his pay from that day, then you shouldn't have fucked up the order.
Probably do a bit more story, there's more stuff to unlock. Yeah, I suppose so. Well, we'll do this pizza delivery service first, and then we'll do story. We'll visit Mama.
Beginning scan.
Hello?
Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Pizza Health Delivery Service. Anyone home?
Domino's was supposed to be one of the top pizza franchise in Japan too. 7-Eleven quality.
Delivery complete.
I'm fairly certain that's like... I'm fairly certain that that's the same with America and Canada. You know, compared to everywhere. America and Canada delivery for their franchises are always awful.
So silly.
Really? Didn't level up at all?
Oh, come on, bitch.
Thank you for your continued support. Good work.
Really?
Is there any facility with order? No.
Okay, well,
Fuck you then.
also because Mama's hot. Is she that hot? Is she that hot?
Okay, I mean, I guess compared to...
All the other bitches in this game, she is quite hot. It's too bad that the exotic Japanese girl is already married, you know?
Married to the guy who apparently hates her now. Oh. A toast to a porter good and true. Please, my dear Mr. Bridges, please accept my humblest apologies and my most heartfelt thanks. Once again, your comparable pizza delivery skills have been put to the proof and found unimpeachable in every regard. Blah 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 blah. Using a couple of twin souls of decorum.
What?
While informed that they might express their heartfelt appreciation, they are hopeless novices in matters technological, as I myself was away procuring vital supplies. Twin souls?
Twins?
The pizza was divine. Oh, okay.
Glad you enjoyed the pizza. Where the fuck you are?
There we go.
Oh, god damn it. Pick up the damn thing!
There we go.
Give me that.
to.
Come here.
Well, I want to test something since we're here, chat.
Where is it?
I want to see what happens if we try to take a bath during timefall. Let's see. Where's the spring?
Here it is.
Okay, what happens if I try to bathe during timefall?
Let's find out, chat.
Wait, the rain stopped. Oh, god damn it! Really? Really? You motherfucker! Okay, you know what? Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm going to bathe anyway. Fucking game! Yeah! Yeah!
Ban 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 biba 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 ban 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 biba no EU dana EU dana
Sort of tune.
Oh, hell yeah. Soak
God.
it in, Sam. Soak it in.
Oh hey, Kylon!
You're around here somewhere. I want light from you.
Oh.
Yeah, let's get in here.
Repatriated.
Wait, don't you feel like shit after repatriating?
Rest is advised.
You put a sign there?
Scan.
Oh!
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright. Let's stop by here for a quick charge and we're going to see if there's any delivery from here that we can
All weapons
take.
will be locked until departure. All clear.
Happy deliveries!
Oh, I might as well drop off the memory shard data here.
So, you're a treasure hunter in your spare time, huh? It's funny. I didn't think you had any.
Ludens Figma.
Really? The Ludens van Figma entry? Resins delivered here actually. Special alloys delivered. Okay, perfect. Materials delivery. I'll deliver this to the elder.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
And we are going to take this standard order.
Chemicals heading towards Salnot City.
Confirmed.
Load it onto the bike. I was thinking of actually leaving your bike behind, but considering how much junk we're carrying, I might have to take your bike out with me again to South Knot City. Hang on, before we go, how many orders? There's one from the engineer. There's junk dealer, Carl, artist, Lake Knot City, engineer, elder, craftsman. There's someone from the distro center. Depending on how large the orders are. Actually, nah. I'll drop your bike off and I'll pick up my own bike from the distro center.
Someone's happy.
Because otherwise you're gonna cry again if I leave your damn bike at South Knot City rather than the distro center.
I'll return your bike.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges active.
Here you go.
Sand Porter Bridges.
Use your damn bike.
I don't know what this is doing here. Really? More?
Alright. First things first.
Liver lost cargo.
There we go. Where these belong to? Is this stuff? Remember to stay hydrated, chat. It's really important to stay hydrated.
Especially if you're like me and you're streaming for so long. Resins. Full again. I should drop these off at my storage house, shouldn't I? So let's do that. Gotch. Let's return
Kylan's bike.
Stand clear. Vehicle ready.
Alright. All this would be here.
To the bike, alright.
Grab those, carry those on my back.
Do I have...
How much storage the safe house contain? I really wish they would show the maximum storage capacity. Safe houses. Storage capacity. Materials. To build a safe house, I don't need to build. What I need is how much shit the safe house can store. That's what I need. Ah, God damn it. I don't know if I should be taking my special alloys out or not. Man, it's annoying. Okay, I'm going to, for now, assume that the maximum storage of the safe house is the same as the distro center at max rank. And if that's the case, then I'm just going to assume that these are the numbers. Which means... can definitely put more. Large consignment. Shit. Stolen by mules, huh? Damn. I'm gonna need to build a truck for this. But my truck is at South North City. So many things I need to do. If I were to do this, I'm gonna have to grab Kylon's bike again. Oh well, too bad. Kylon, your bike needs to work for me longer. Let's go. Not gonna be so anal about this. Kylon, come on, let's go. Your bike's coming. All these chemicals. We're gonna leave these here first. And instead, first things first, we're going to deliver these to my safe house. Once we're done, we're gonna come back, grab the mission to grab the large consignment materials. Once we've collected the materials, we're gonna come back here, pick up the materials that we do have, and then yeah.
That's gonna be a lot of operations. You ready? Yep. Long and hard. Don't worry, your bike can take it. Bike-chan can take it, I'm sure.
Let's drop off. This is not what I wanted. Okay, so it's less than what it's less than 4 distro centers, but still enough.
Confirm. Skippy? Yeah, thank you, shut the fuck up.
Any materials in here? Nope. Alright.
Let's get out of here.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right this way. Oh god!
Oh, fuck it. It's fine.
It's fine.
Totally fine, don't worry. She still moves.
Keep on keeping on. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Oh god.
All clear. Sam Porter bridges.
What happened?
Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
Don't worry.
It's fine. The bike is fine. Don't worry about it. Totally fine.
Oh, did bots deliver something?
Ooh. More tools.
Alright. Another delivery of resin special alloy.
This is special broken. And there's only one wheel left. It's fine. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
Your bike can take it.
She hasn't broken yet. It's not true mine break until, the bar gets drained completely. Yes.
Olagan Matics. Large consignment stolen. Medical devices. Alright, I'll take that.
Let's go. Keep using your bike. Get out, Yish.
Alright. outside. Now, what's the best way to get to where we need to be? This entire region is waterlogged. Oops. I'm not gonna be able to use the bike as a weapon here because of all the water.
As a reminder, Sam, when carrying deadly weapons, it's absolutely essential that you exercise restraint. Doubt I need to say it, but killing is off the table. More corpses means more BTs and potentially more void outs. If you kill anyone, you'll be putting not only yourself, but countless other people at risk.
Yeah. There is one over here, one over here, and one over here. We'll search each of them in turn. And we'll go slow. Hi! Hi! Fuck you! I'm a little worried about running out of charge when I'm in here. Hi! Oh, god damn it. Fuck you! I'm sure it's fine. Open. Let's see. Ooh, nice. That's what we're looking for. Load down to the pike. Resin and ceramics. That's important. Get these on the pike as well. And actually, one of them drop ceramics in. Yep. Scrap that. I see you. Let me just... We can take a nap in the water. What, really? Good night. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Oh, hello. Another one? Fuck you too! And... kick! Fuck you! Kick! Any more? Yep, there's definitely more coming. This high density ceramics is worth it. Metal's worth it. Doc is fine, but he's still alive, so he's okay. Yep. He's just sleeping. Taking a sweet nap. Oh. Okay, let's get the bike too. You wanna come get me? Come on. Come on. Come on. Who's next? There you are. Fuck you. And kick. And kick. Oh, another one. Let's strangle you. Good night. That is not what I wanted. Oh well. Put these away. Excuse me? Why can't I put these on the bike? There we go. Right, let's get out of here. Ooh, Omni-Reflector boots. That's definitely worth picking up. Where are you? Where are the other storage sites? There's B and there's C. Oh. God, I hate this type of terrain. Is that a gun? Okay, that's new. There's another gun. Oh shit! Ah! Fuck you! Okay, they have guns now. Fuck. How come they get to shoot guns and I don't? Bitch! Fuck you! No. Fuck you! Fuck you! Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to build a generator here.
More medical equipment.
Let's try to see if we can.
Make it out of here.
I don't know if we can, but we have to try to make it out of here. I think you need a new bike after this.
That's fine.
Bike beats flesh.
Yes.
Stretch my legs.
Recommend.
More. Okay, please make it out.
Please make it out.
Oh god. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, we're running out of battery.
No.
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 This is your fault, Kylon?
Your bike failed me.
I have to build a generator here. In the middle of fucking nowhere.
It's your fault.
Do I even want to upgrade this thing? Nah.
Construction complete.
I think if you wait, it recharges in the sun, but it'll take a long time. Yeah, fuck that shit. I'm just gonna build a basic charger and move on. PPC level 1s are cheap anyway.
I'm going to bother upgrading.
Oops.
Oops. Oops. Oops. Oops.
Oh god. Oh.
Oh. Okay, we're fine.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Let's manage inventory a little bit. This is completely full except for ceramics. Let's deposit all of the ceramics.
Everything else is good. Please recycle that for me. Thank you.
Fabricate a PPC level 1 for me.
Thank you. Load that onto the bike.
And now in the private locker.
All of this needs to also be loaded onto the bike.
Or carried on my back.
Looks like I'm carrying on my back.
Materials resin. Like those materials are going to be sent to safe house.
Yeah, oh man. It's his medical supplies, that's
Heartbroken, but it's fine.
it's fine, chat.
Send metals and ceramics that way, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, let's get out of here. So I finally reached chapter 4 of how many chapters, Kylon? How many chapters were there? I remember there being a lot. And I remember thinking, oh god, it's gonna take me ages to finish this. These off. No wait, no, that's not the right menu.
This is right menu.
Right, recycle
all of that. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright. All of that is on the bike.
Let's hit the road. I'm not mistaken,
the cosplayer doesn't have a... Yeah, it's on standby.
so it's not available yet. So we're gonna go straight to the South Knot City distribution center.
What's that? I don't know what that is.
Boy, this road is such a weird design. Do you think that the road would just have a straight line over here? Oh no. I want you to take that weird bend over there.
Where you could fall and where you could drive off the edge and fall to your death.
Yeah. Did I care slide?
It's hard for me to do it with this bike, but I can try.
Later.
We can try to do it when we arrive at the storage facility. Kill the BTs near the road there. I might do that, to be honest. Yeah, unfortunately, this is the best you can do.
As far as you can.
It's the sharpest you can make the slide.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
A lot of people miss leaving stuff behind here. Probably due to that weird boss battle.
Oh well. Harpy deliveries. Lots of stuff for you.
Baby level up. Baby is excited. That means baby is better at detecting stuff. It's temporary. It's only a temporary buff that lasts like what, something like 5-10 minutes.
People say you're a hero. Times like this, I'm reminded how right they are.
I wonder how long the BT stay dead if you kill them at the spawn area next to the road.
And also what? Only 1% damage? No. 0% damage, Gabe. 0%.
It's not damage.
Fuck you, Gabe.
Don't try to cheat me out of my bonus.
Fuck you.
Dominus in Canada. Can see from mainland, but Newfoundland get top quality.
Oh?
Something of quality food snub, so that means something.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I'm glad that it's not all trash in NA. Alright.
I need to max up my...
my rep with Salt Lake City.
Perfect.
Maybe you should try them again. In before you get trash pizza again.
That's
Everyone
fine.
here wanted you to have this. Take it with our thanks.
If the pizza got turned on its side, just gather the ingredients up and turn it into a calzone. It works. Only fast food place that's better in Canada. Some places do items better than others. You've heard US horror stories. Numi keeps telling me horror stories about the KFC near his house, and I don't know why he keeps ordering from it.
Come see us whenever you like, Sam.
Every time he
We're always
orders from the
happy to make time
KFC,
for
he's
you.
like, "My food is cold." Like,
Good work. New order available.
the chicken is tasteless and really tough. I'm tired from eat. It makes my teeth hurt when I eat it, and I'm like, why do you keep ordering from that shitty KFC? God damn it! Let me silly that way. Fine, we'll send out live ants and time for resistant worms. Wait, worms can be time for resistant? Oh. How many stars are we going like cover non-major size in them? I don't know how many stars we can actually get in total. Is that US KFC? No, Numi is Malaysian. He keeps ordering food from apparently a really shitty KFC near his house, and he keeps getting sad about it. But he keeps ordering food from the same place anyway, and I'm like, ah. Order from someplace else, goddammit. Maybe Numi doesn't have many options around. I keep telling him to get Grab, because Grab has a lot of discounts and it gives you quite a lot of options, but he refuses to install fucking Grab. Instead he orders directly from KFC, or he uses Food Panda, which is awful in my opinion. Hi Dasaka. You're in pain? What happened? Something. Did something go wrong, Dasaka? What kind of pain is it? I hope you're healthy though. And if you're in pain. Right, there's a share locker. That's not what I need. I need his private locker. These Omni reflector boots are going to go into the private locker. Put the ring on the man's finger and send him right. Silly Numi. Oh, and one of these days I'm gonna force feed him duck and tangerine pizza. And he'll see just how amazing it is. The power skeleton is running low on integrity, so let me recycle the power skeleton and then craft a new one. Oh, that hacker.
Thank you for your continued support.
That
Hacker. That's Hacker. Come here. Mwah. Come here. And a kiss to make it better. Mwah. Alright, fabricate a... I really don't see the point of the speed skeleton. So give me a power skeleton. Standard. Color power skeleton. Please, thank you. Equip. Thank you. Okay, should we take Kylan's bike out longer? We're going to see Mama. We don't really know what she wants. Yeah, let's take Kylan's bike out.
Thank you for your contribution.
Have a pleasant journey.
Oh, god damn it! Okay, well.
Have a pleasant journey.
Alright, let's see here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
How do... We can access Mama's house from the back, right? So... This way? Question mark? Thematic grenade here. But get over fucking. Ooh. Someone build a charging station here. What did I do? Yeah. Harpy did. What? Oh, okay. Anyone home? What? 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 Should I be worried? Why is PP reacting? Huh?
Don't worry, Sam. She doesn't bite.
Huh?
Glad you
What?
made it.
Wait, what? Huh? Okay. She has a BT baby.
She's hungry.
What the?
There, she's down. Even though she can't drink it, my body keeps making it. Going through the motions really helps with the soreness, though.
What is she?
She's my daughter.
She's lactating?
I'm her mama. It's okay. She's only connected to me. Not like the other BTs. You can see it, right? You're hooked up. Now you know why I can't leave.
Huh.
So about the supercell. Do you think the grown-ups could talk for a minute? Thank you. Look at this. This was the chiral density when the supercell appeared. But almost immediately after, it dropped to normal levels. In other words, the storm vanished in less than a second.
That's impossible.
Okay, let's pull the data from your cufflinks and take a look then.
Well, do you believe me now?
Well, that's all pretty crazy, but at least you're not. Timestamps in the logs support your story. Best guess I can muster is you were trapped between two different spacetimes.
Two different space times.
HQ is doing a deeper analysis. All they've got to work with is the frequency spectrum, but with a little effort, they should be able to figure out where you were sent. Another chiral spike.
Does this happen often?
She's been crying more at night. Chiral density increases in regions connected to the chiral network, but the numbers are way higher than I projected.
That's bad, right?
Yeah, more connections means more chiralium. Early on, Bridges did acknowledge this as a potential problem, so I installed special limiters in the cupids to keep the chiral levels in check. Looks like the limiter on yours is faulty, though. The supercell and the temporal phenomenon that you experienced may be related to all this.
Are you saying if I keep extending the network, we might be in for more temporal phenomena?
Maybe. Or worse, they cause another death stranding.
Well,
You got a solution.
the thing that we're using to rebuild
Right over
society
here.
is also likely to kill us. Really?
We just need to integrate a limiter into this new Cupid I threw together. Thought I'd make you one since you said you were coming.
Great. Crisis averted.
No, crisis not averted. We need to rewrite the software to work with the new hardware.
Well, then get to it.
Yeah, no can do.
Right.
I designed the hardware, but the software was written by someone else.
Well, where can we find them?
Her. The name's Lochna. She was a member of Bridges 1. You'll have to head to Mountain Knot City.
All right, I gotta take a Cupid there anyway.
Oh, good. That's great. Here we go again. I don't know what's gotten into her lately. She's so scared. Look at her. Maybe the other side wants her back. Or maybe she wants to go back. We can't keep on like this. That much I know.
You wanna tell me what happened?
She was due. I was in the hospital waiting for a C-section. Then the terrorists hit us.
What happens if you just gonna eat the baby?
I don't think they'll let me do that.
Hello? Is anyone there? I was pinned under the rubble. Nothing to do but wait and wait. Felt like forever. But no one came. They said air and water.
Help! Can someone help me, please?
I don't know how many days went by. The water ran dry, and the cold set in. I gave birth there in the rubble. But instead of bringing life into the world, I brought death.
Right.
When the time felt stopped, my baby started to cry. She cried, cried, cried. Her life was the price I had to pay to survive. She saved me.
Over here! I'm over here!
And we've been together ever since. But she's a BT. The ties that bind her to this place bind me too. You could say I've never really been discharged.
And you're okay with that? I mean, you know she's gone. You want to live your life in the shadow of the dead?
Come on. You, of all people, you chose the dead over the living. Why else would you be here? I just remembered. Dead men told me repatriates have special blood. Mind if I take a sample?
Yeah, sure. Suck me dry. You already bleed me in my sleep. Bit cold, ain't you?
Just a second. There. All done. I want to run a test.
Mama, are you?
I'm sorry, Sam. Would you mind leaving us alone for a while?
Yeah. I gotta get to work.
Sam? Hey, forget what I said about chiral spikes. Reconnecting the world comes first. Maybe we're making things worse. Maybe not. But it's the only plan we've got.
Oh, that's gonna so come back to bite them in the ass.
That's definitely gonna come back to bite them in the ass.
Sam, the delivery terminal outside still works. Go ahead and get it connected. I'll give you further instructions from there.
Well, that was interesting.
Sam, your next objective is to bring Mountain Knot City into the network. And this
How
will
the-
take you to a way station and on to a distro center north of the city. From there, it gets tricky. You'll have to take a detour to get around the mountains.
Still
What?
using this Cupid on the way? Software's not been rewritten yet.
It's fine. If you link up Mountain Knot City after your Cupid is fixed, the update should filter through the network, stabilizing the connection. It's just one more reason to get there ASAP. But for now, make do with the Cupid you've got.
Any word from Mama Lee?
None. We'll just have to hope she's all right and keep going. It's what she would want. Anyway, check in at Lake Knot City's Southern Distro Center before you hit the road. And good luck out there.
By the way, Sam, I've added a zipline schematic to your PCC. Figured it would come in handy. All you need to set one up is at least 2 anchors. Why bother carrying cargo across a river or up a steep hill when you can just send it through the air? Am I right? If you want a little hands-on experience, you can use the anchors outside my lab. Have yourself some fun.
The good news is, Fragile's available and willing to lend you a hand.
Oh.
If you want Fragile to send you, you'll need to head to a private room. South Knot City looks closest from what I can see. It'll be a lot quicker than walking, that's for sure. But you can't take any cargo with you, so there's that. It's up to you. Just remember the option's there if you need it.
Well,
Let me guess. Now we're going to actually pave the road heading towards the incinerator.
looks like it. So,
Am I right in guessing that the pathway up to the way station takes me up this road and then past the incinerator? It looks like it would naturally go by the incinerator. Or would it travel up here? Because I see this auto paver. What does that connect to?
I'm kind of confused at where this connects to. I don't know which one I should build up first.
Oh. Oh, this is gonna... This...
I see.
This is technically the pathway up to the wind farm and weather station, isn't it?
Oh.
No wonder a lot of people go this way. Seeing a lot of people just walking this way to get to the weather station. I don't know why, but I guess that's why. Okay, looks like that's going to be a lot of building I need to do off stream. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do all of that off stream. All of this construction here, maybe some construction here.
It's gonna be off stream stuff. Whatever, Sam. Collect scattered rare mineral resources.
Is that the what she wants in the letter?
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, I think this will be the last delivery we do. We will perform this collection and then we will head back to South Knot City and call it a stream there. And then I will do all of the construction and resource gathering off stream. This looks like it's going to take me a while to build out.
And yeah.
And then I'm also going to visit the starter region and do some
maintenance work over there. But that'll be off stream as well.
Right. Let us take this mission. Got some zip lines.
Zipline is nice. Well, time to test it out.
Did I tell you we added a zipline option to your PCC? Because we did. Build a few anchors and link them with a line to travel from A to B in record time. Give it a try.
Create anchor. Can be connected in order to create a zip line. Rapid travel from one end to another. Level 1 zipline anchors can be placed up to 300 meters apart. Steep slopes of rocky terrain.
Okay.
You're giving me PPC 2s? Time to test it out, I guess.
Hi, Narmi. Welcome. Zipline's OP.
Well, time to find out. Last delivery for the night.
Let's get out there.
Best way to achieve S-Rank for many deliveries. Oh, well, we'll see how these things work. I already see a zip line over there.
Is someone set that up? Yes.
Wait, no, that was set up by Mama.
So... That's set up by Mama. Oh.
Not entirely sure how this is supposed to work, but let's find out.
Hello.
Hello, Narmi. You're doing okay. Hope you had a good weekend. Alright, 2 anchors. Hold tab. Max connection range boosted. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Interesting.
So...
This looks like something that I have to... Well, if I want to, I can establish a network of zip lights running from...
Stretch
one end of the map all the way to the other. Am I guessing that right?
Pretty much.
Let's try it out. Zip lines require PPC level 2, I assume.
Let me see.
PC level 1. Yeah, it has to be level 2.
Interesting.
So you can see exactly how far.
Very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, this is something that's going to. My force is still chiral zone intensive. Chiral zone intensive?
What does that mean?
Construction complete.
Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
Thank you for the climbing anchor.
No, if I can only just grab the fucking rope. Grab the damn rope! Thank you! The total. Oh, okay, yeah. So, I assume they have a large population cost or point cost or whatever for the whole like point value system that this game has. And with the amount of structures you can build. Why am I climbing up? Climb down! Fucking! Yeah, we should be good. Ooh.
Oh boy.
Ow.
Ow, ow. Good, I'm good.
I got of it. No, I said go fucking down, bitch! Thank you for the ladder. Ching ching chong chong.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
You have to rely on other people's zip
This
lines.
one's for you.
It's fine, a confession needs reader.
That's fine. We're fine.
Don't worry about it.
Are these trucks that people, you know, lost because they drove off the cliff?
I'm seeing a lot of trucks down here.
There's even an EX grenade here.
Oh.
Oh, this is gonna be hell to cross.
How am I supposed to get over?
Actually, you know what?
You know what?
You're gonna help me.
Who the fuck are you?
Mr. Shrek?
Yes, Shrek. Mr. Shrek, you're gonna help me.
Okay.
Let's go.
Keep on keeping up.
Yes, I think somebody's truck ran out battery.
Oh well. Sucks to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And 2 more.
Come here.
Ooh, data shark.
And that should be the last one.
Look at it.
Get it. Okay.
There we go.
Might as well pick up the ceramic as well.
Right. Now here's a question.
Can I zip line from here all the way back there?
Let's find out. First things first, pick this up. Thank you.
Alright, now let's see.
Zip line.
Can I reach it? I can reach it! Wow, okay, the range of this thing is actually quite substantial. If I can reach all that far. Thank you!
Mr. Shrek, I appreciate your truck.
You need
Thanks
it like...
for the help. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day. This one's for
Yeah.
you.
Construction complete.
Red truck though, that's staying there. Nothing I can do about that.
Oh. Zip line? Oh wow.
Okay, I can see why people request zip lines everywhere. I can leave your bike behind.
Yeah,
If I really wanted to, I could leave your bike behind, but you know what?
you know what? I'm not gonna leave you back behind.
I got it.
Your bike, yeah,
Don't worry.
I'm going back to your bike. No.
Okay, I might have built this a little too close to the edge, but it's fine.
Don't worry, Carla.
I came back for your bike.
See, it's fine.
Right on.
I'll get you your bike.
Real kind of you. Give me that.
There we go.
Yeah, give me that.
Thank you.
That's a big one.
Now, where the hell's the city again?
Hang on, I'm lost. Hang on.
Where am I going? Oh, right, around that way.
There's the road. Thank you.
Damage truck long range level 1. What? Wait, what? Long range truck level 1? That's not mine. Oh, right, it's the truck that I left back there.
Oh no. It's not like time bomb. No way. The garage will fix it either.
You worry too much.
See, it's fine. Like I said, your bike takes it like a champ. No matter how hard I ride her. Hee.
They spray the current dust over you, but what if it causes cancer? I'm fairly certain that people are long past caring about that.
I mean, I had to go and collect all this chiral dust and all that junk.
The Great Deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
Reverse strike. Right type?
Huh?
Wait, what? Right type?
What? Wait, what?
Thank you for your contribution.
What? What? What do you mean right type?
How's that supposed to be different?
Oh, it's pipe.
Really? Really? Crossover content?
Less effective than carrying separate. Additional onboard battery and an electromagnetic shield unit. Ah, so it's a combination of the defense and long range type with a tiny bit of space.
Oh. Oh, here you go. Happy deliveries.
A delivery? Great. Always happy to get one, let me tell you.
I'm tired.
Whoa, it's like fresh from the printer or something.
I did.
Video editing today. Streamed for
7.5 hours. I'm tired. Chemicals cannot be used at...
What? The fuck is chemicals used for? Oh no, we have another crafting resource.
gonna be so annoying.
Come see us whenever you like, Sam. We're always happy to make time for a hero.
So what are we using chemicals for?
New order available.
I've lost cargo.
When did I pick up that EX grenade?
Oh. Please return to sender. Alright.
Now recycle.
Recycle all this for me, please.
The rest I'll handle next time.
Thank you for your continued support.
And is there anything else I need to do?
Right, I need to handle the bots. Currently I have 2 bots. PSP?
Really? The collector wants a PSP? Well, the bots are handled there.
Thank you for your contribution.
Right, let's get back to our room.
And we'll wrap up today's stream.
Don't worry, Kylon.
The guys here will take care of your precious bike. You'll repair it.
Although I really need to pee.
I'll be right back, Jack.
Oh, I'll speedrun this. I'll speedrun.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Hey, let me get back into my BDSM chess harness and then we'll call it a stream for today. I'm only in chapter, what, 5 was it?
4 or 5.
How many chapters were there in this game?
I remember Kylon looked it up before. Kylon, do you remember how many chapters there were in this game? Let me save this. Lottie, you forgot.
I just know that I'm taking ages to get through. 14 chapters. Okay, yeah, I'm only like 1/3 of the way through.
God, it's gonna take me ages to finish this.
But oh well.
That's fine though.
I'm gonna take my time.
Alright everyone. Thank you you so much for being here. And you're looking at chatting.
15 is the game continuing after you think. Is there a epilogue? I'm guessing there is. There is an epilogue at some point.
Oh.
I hope you guys enjoyed the stream and I hope to see you guys next time. Shut the fuck up, Norman. We're ending.
Had a nice productive day. Nice epilogue.
Yeah, I kind of guessed it would be the epilogue. Right. As usual, remember to hit that like and subscribe button down below. I'll leave a comment. Every little bit helps. Thank you so much for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting, or you just came by for a little bit, or you stuck around for most of it.
I love y'all. Thank you so much for being here.
As usual, I need to thank my amazing extra mile supporters. Thank you to Lucky, Crab, Rest.gov, Oxy, and Maka for giving me a big tip energy. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylon, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jerker for supporting me on Fansly and Patreon. I will do a Fansly stream this week. I promise. It has to happen. It's been too long since I did a Fansly stream.
It has to happen this week, so I'll make sure I prepare myself for a Fansly stream next up.
I'll let you know when it's gonna happen. Likely the day after tomorrow. So yeah, I'll let you go on my Discord as usual. And just another reminder that oh god damn it, I need to log in. Okay, hang on a second. Let me just switch here. Yeah, I'm already logged in here, so I might as well just go here then. I said launch, god damn it.
There we go.
Migrating your world to your core. What? What the fuck does that mean? Huh? What the fuck? Excuse me? Why is it doing a fucking core system? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so as I was saying,
just as a reminder,
our Pathfinder stream is taking a break this week. Pathfinder will continue. Normally it happens on Saturday, but this week unfortunately one of the players couldn't make it, so we're gonna be taking a break this week. Instead, what I'm gonna be doing with Pathfinder is, rather than using this shitty site that, you know, fucks up and annoys me all the time, instead I'm going to try to purchase a copy of Foundry on my own so that I can run it on my own PC, and then we're going to continue Pathfinder next week. Not this week, next week.
I'm really excited to try to continue this. Right now, the party is in the middle of a rather traumatic battle to say the least. For party members, especially this player, she tried so hard to avoid combat, but yeah, due to who these characters are, there was no way they were going to be able to avoid combat. At least not the first time they encountered this group of girls. I really want to play it again, but it's fine. I'll be patient and I'll wait. And that's gonna be next week. Hopefully the migration process will be smooth, because I don't really know what's gonna break when I export the game file and all that, but yeah, hopefully it'll be smooth. I'm gonna work on it probably over the weekend, this weekend. So yeah. And with that, I think we're done. Well done. Alright, good night everyone. I'll see you again soon, alright? I'm sleepy, but I'm also hungry. I wonder if I should go and get something to eat real quick. Yeah, I think I'll go and get something to eat. Something light sounds nice right about now. Maybe some instant noodle? Or leftover spaghetti? Yeah, I'll think about it.